Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Overnight fiery strikes across Ukraine amid the push for peace. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky writing, the strikes, quote, only confirm the need to put pressure on Moscow. While President Trump is pinning his hopes for peace on direct talks between Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I thought it would be better if they met without me, just to see. I want to see what goes on.
The president saying he would join a future session with both leaders if needed.
If necessary, and it probably would be, but if necessary, I'll go and I'll probably be able to get it closed.
President Donald Trump has pulled security clearances from 37 intelligence officials who he says have abused the public trust.
Those 37 individuals that we revoked directed the revocation of security clearances from today by under the direction of President Trump. They aided and abetted in this action, this seditious conspiracy that undermined our democracy.
Well, tonight, a Stockton truck driver is facing vehicular homicide charges after a deadly crash in Florida. He's also now facing extradition and possible deportation.
28-year-old Harjinder Singh made his first appearance in court today. The case is sparking attention from politicians questioning his immigration status and why he was issued a California commercial driver's license.
President Donald Trump's putting teeth into a decades-old federal rule requiring commercial truck drivers to read and speak English. The executive order signed in April mandates that drivers must pass on-the-spot English proficiency tests as a non-negotiable safety standard. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy says the law put in place during the Obama administration has never properly been enforced.
Allowing drivers who cannot read stop signs or understand police officers' instructions to operate a 80,000-pound big rig threatens the safety of every American on our roadway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition, Human Events Daily. We're here live in Washington, D.C. Back in studio here for the first day after a couple of days on the road. We did the show from Alaska. We did the show the last 2 days up at the White House itself. But now we are back in studio. Today is August 20th, 2025, Anno Domini. So the questions now come down. The bilateral meeting was held between President Trump and President Putin up there in Anchorage, Alaska. That was Friday. Had the honor of traveling alongside the delegation on Air Force One. Was there on the tarmac as President Putin and President Trump met one another. Had the B-2 fly over our heads. Everyone got to see that incredible moment, incredible historic moment. Then we had the multilateral meeting at the White House. That was on Monday. So the questions come in. Where, then, is the status of the deal? President Trump, and over the weekend, we heard other members of the administration talking about the question of security guarantees. And President Trump said in an interview yesterday morning that perhaps those security guarantees could include the use of British, German, and French troops as a peacekeeping force on the ground in Ukraine. I remarked yesterday at the White House press briefing where I got to sit in the new media chair. Hope everyone does that, by the way, and hope everyone has the opportunity to. And thank you to the White House press team, Caroline Levitt, and everyone else for allowing me that opportunity. But I asked, would that be possible to get the Russians to agree to, even though, given the fact that they have unequivocally stated that they would not want or would not accept NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine? And of course, these deliberations are ongoing. Well, Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, who was there at the meeting in Anchorage as well, has come out and stated once again, no security guarantees that involve NATO troops. However, he had an interesting statement, to say the least. He said, why not security guarantees of the United Nations Permanent Security Council members, which of course include the United States, Great Britain, and France, but it would also include Russia as perhaps a member of this security guarantee, as well as, who's the fifth member? The People's Republic of China. And we've been telling you that from the very start, that they were going to bring China into all of this, because all of this is about the role of China moving forward. So Sergei Lavrov brings this up saying, let's get China involved. Now, there's an interesting angle that you could look at from here, and we'll talk about that with our next guest. We've got Dan Caldwell coming in, former DOD official in the Trump administration, because one of the pieces of skepticism on the Russian side of this has always been the 2 years, 4 years cycle. The idea that if they make a deal with the Americans, how can you be sure that the next administration or the next Congress is going to abide by that, because they changed leaders so quickly? Well, one of the ways around that, of course, could be a Security Council resolution from the United Nations. So have President Trump, with his authority as the U.S. leader, President Putin with his authority, Xi Jinping with his authority as well, get a resolution, maybe with 3-2, but prevent France and Great Britain from vetoing it. Then you have the ability to actually enshrine something in this higher body. And again, by the way, I'm not going to sit here and say the United Nations is some bastion of efficiency, but you would at least have something that they could point to and say, your government agreed to this. We all agreed to this. So let's all get on the same page. Could it be possibly that the United Nations Permanent Security Council is the right venue to move to next in this forum? We're going to talk about that all and the probability of whether or not a deal gets made in the next 2 weeks here on Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We'll be right back.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Today on Real America's Voice. Folks, when President Trump won the biggest election of our lifetimes, he promised that the economy would be popping within months of him taking office. And you know something? He was serious, especially when it comes to gold. Now, in April, gold shattered its all-time high, set 40 years ago when it hit $3,500 per ounce. Silver is now on the rise, too. And with the way things are looking, especially with the uncertainty of war, the sky is the limit. That's precisely why President Trump declared last week that he will not be placing tariffs on gold. It's very simple. There's no stopping the precious metals market. And that's why I partnered with Allegiance Gold. Whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the precious metals space, or you're looking to really protect your family's future, it doesn't matter. If it's $5,000 or $5 million, now's the time to act. So just go, it's really simple, go to protectwithposo.com. You can get started. At protectwithposo.com, Allegiance Gold will show you why they have the top ratings in the industry. And I've been partnered with them for years at this point. We put our money where our mouth is. So when you go to protectwithposo.com or give them a call, 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver. You may even qualify for up to $5,000, seriously, in free silver. And with the way the market is looking, that free silver could be worth a lot more by the time it actually arrives securely at your doorstep. So give them a call. It's 844-577-POSO, or you can visit, of course, protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676, or visit protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call them 844-577-7676. All right, I want to get back into this. A lot of these questions, the security guarantee, Russia's counter now with a security guarantee from the United Nations. We'll bring in our next guest. It's Dan Caldwell, former DOD official in the Trump administration. Dan, how are you?
Thanks for having me on, Jack.
Well, Dan, before we even get into the latest, just, what is your take on all of this? We've seen the incredible visuals. I got to see them with a front row seat there in Anchorage, as well as at the White House for the multilateral meeting. But when it really comes down to the nitty gritty, this is something that I've been saying all weekend. I'll say here again, when we're talking about security guarantees or Article 5, that means that some country has got to roger up and say, we are willing to go to war, to put our country at war with the Russian Federation. And in 3.5 years of this thing, you have not seen any other member, whether it be Europe, the EU, NATO, or otherwise, nobody has been willing to do that. People are willing to send arms, they're willing to send money, they're willing to send their emotional support. But you know what you don't see? Actual boots on the ground. So the question is, when it comes to these security guarantees, is this something that's actually serious or not?
So we've actually been through this before. Earlier this year, when I was in the Trump administration, is that the Europeans tried to get together what at the time they were calling an assurance force. It was a force that would deploy to Ukraine after a ceasefire, because at that time, the focus was on getting a ceasefire and then going to a peace deal. And by the way, I think Trump is right to recognize that trying to get a ceasefire and then a peace deal is not a good idea. And he's right to focus on securing a broader settlement to the conflict. But the Europeans at that time, they were trying to get together 20,000 troops, and they couldn't do it. Some of the biggest armies in Europe, whether it's the Polish, the Germans, the Italians, they outright refused at the beginning to participate, and then it really fell to the British and French. And they could not pull together the troops to do it. And since then, not much has changed, and you're kind of seeing the cycle repeat itself. You've already seen the Germans come out and saying they aren't going to contribute. They're saying, oh, well, we just deployed all these new troops to the Baltics. We can't do it. The Italians have said they aren't going to contribute. The Poles have said they aren't going to contribute. And today, both the French and British poured cold water on them actually contributing in a significant way to a peacekeeping force that would be part of a security guarantee or some type of post-conflict settlement. So the point of me walking through that is this, is that I think, again, President Trump has made significant progress here. But what I'm increasingly worried about is that the Europeans are trying to do a bait and switch on us, is that they're trying to get us to commit to doing certain things and that they won't hold up their end of the bargain and lead us holding the bag in terms of providing these security guarantees by ourselves. So to those who are hopefully watching in the administration of the White House, I would just say that you need to be incredibly careful here that the Europeans don't do what they've been doing really the last 30, 40 years and pass the buck to us again and make us bear the primary burden for solving yet another problem in Europe's backyard.
Well, and that's where it comes down to, because suddenly you hear this stuff about, oh, we're going to provide a coordination and maybe some air cover and air support. And it sounds a lot like a no-fly zone, which gets you into the same situation that it got in, that these exact same conversations when they were happening at the time over Syria. Because all of a sudden, if you're in a situation where we've got our combat air patrols up and the Russians have theirs up, guess what? One mishap, one issue that goes wrong, suddenly you're going to find yourselves in a shooting war with Russia. And this is something that even Barack Obama understood is not something the United States wants to get into.
That's 100% correct. And it's important to remember is that if you're going to establish a no-fly zone, that doesn't just entail flying planes over a certain area. You saw this in the wars in the former Yugoslavia where NATO did a no-fly zone, and then in Iraq where the United States and Britain and then for a while France did no-fly zone. It entails shooting down other aircraft and also bombing air defense sites that could threaten American or NATO aircraft. So that is something that I think will actually probably be a non-starter for the Russians and something that we need to be incredibly cautious about. Now, if air support means the United States helps move troops, assuming the Europeans can get them together, and as I said, that's really looking increasingly unlikely, but if the British or French need help moving troops from one side of the continent to another, and that requires our airlift, okay, fine, that's not that big of a deal. But the minute you start to send assets across that border, or you start to station certain types of capability on the border in Poland or Romania or Slovakia or Hungary, that's when things get really dangerous. And so not only do I think it's a non-starter for the Russians, but if we go ahead with it and focus a lot on it, we could start to get ourselves in a really difficult position.
Well, and so this is kind of where it comes down to, because I just read through some of Sergei Lavrov's comments earlier today, and he mentioned right away, he said no NATO, but he would be open to, and this was so interesting, members of the UN Permanent Security Council contributing to the guarantees. Now, he didn't talk about boots on the ground, but he was talking about guarantees. So one would, I think, at this point, believe that there's a bit of synonymity between this idea of a guarantee as well as a peacekeeping force. But he mentioned something that not only, the UN Security Council, that's the United States, that's France, that's Great Britain. It's also, however, Russia, of course, who is one of Ukraine's neighbors, something he's talking about. And in addition, it's China, the People's Republic of China. So possibly bringing China into all of this. And while I think that obviously changes the calculus, I do think that there's perhaps an interesting opening here for getting some kind of resolution done at the UN level, because this is a rare time where you might actually be able to get the United States, Russia, and China to all agree on a resolution.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting set of remarks from Lavrov, but it's also important to note, and Jack, I know you've talked about this, is that the Russians have always recognized that, going forward, Ukraine's going to need some type of security guarantee, or maybe the more important term is security architecture. And what I mean by that is a collection of countries, both within Europe, possibly just outside of Europe, like Turkey, and possibly even countries as far afield as Saudi Arabia or India, to help guarantee their security going forward. And again, security guarantees doesn't necessarily just mean troops on the ground. It could mean things like that a certain set of countries provide training or certain capabilities to the Ukrainians. They commit to provide a certain amount of arms. And that's actually somewhat of what our relationship with the Israelis is like. Because we have a memorandum of understanding that we're going to provide them X billion dollars worth of arms. That's why a few years ago you had some people saying, hey, the Israel model as a security guarantee structure would work for Ukraine. Now, it's not a perfect solution. Of course, the Russians would have concerns about us providing certain capabilities. But again, a lot of people have this binary idea of how security guarantees work. It's either like NATO Article 5 or it's nothing. And there's a lot of different things in between that could work here and that ultimately the Russians would agree to. And again, they've admitted since 2022, they of course have their interests. They want some type of veto in saying it, and you understand why. But they have always admitted that some post-conflict resolution is going to involve some type of security guarantee for Ukraine. It's just a matter of what it is and what it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Dan, we've got a quick break coming up here. I want to hold you over because this is the most important story in the world. It's the top of the news cycle, and we are going to get to the bottom of where all of this is going. Who knows? Perhaps in 2 weeks, we'll be in Moscow. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily, right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We're on with Dan Caldwell, former DOD official from the Trump administration. We're talking about all these questions regarding a security framework for Ukraine. And Dan, I'll just throw it to you. You know, this is the $6 billion question, but do you think that the sides can come together on this? Because, you know, we keep hearing these questions about security guarantees, but then it really comes down to it's like you hear President Trump, he wants to do a deal. You hear these leaders, they seem like they want to do a deal. The Russians have shown their willingness. They flew all the way from Moscow to Anchorage, Alaska to talk about doing a deal. It just seems like what's in the middle are it's the blob, it's the media, it's neocons, it's the industrial complex. All of these various things are standing in the way. But it's an incredible situation where you actually have all of the world leaders fairly aligned on this. And, you know, certainly there's questions about, you know, is it the contact line or the oblast line and those things that can be hammered out. But it really seems as though the impediment to peace is not the leaders or the people involved here. It's as they call it, the men in dark suits.
Yes. You know, I do think one thing that has been interesting to watch is that you have seen certain European leaders, at least rhetorically, and of course the Zelensky regime, really start to recognize that, look, we got to move away from this idea that we're going to achieve this total victory against the Russians. And I think the real turning point with that was when the United States demonstrated in early March that it was willing to shut it all off. And by all of it, I mean our aid, our intelligence, and other types of support that we were providing to Ukraine. That had demonstrated to the Europeans and the Ukrainians that, look, the United States could walk away. If we view that continuing to involve ourselves in this conflict, continuing to try and drive a peace arrangement that nobody seems to want, we will walk away. And that, I saw that firsthand, is that changed the Ukrainian tune significantly. So that was a very important move that the Trump administration did in early March. And if you remember, everybody was melting down back then. They were calling at the end of NATO and the liberal international order and all this other nonsense. But that was an important demonstration of American willingness to walk away, which creates incentives for other people to do more and to do the right thing. Now, I will say that I said specifically the European rhetoric has changed. I think we need to acknowledge that there's a lot of people in Europe, and Europe isn't a unitary entity, who want this war to continue. Again, it's not everybody in Europe, but there are a lot of people who want it to continue for a variety of reasons. Either they still cling to this delusion that Ukraine can win a total victory, or they think it's in their interest for Russia to continue to lose troops in Ukraine, or they think it's a way to keep the United States overinvested in the continent in terms of providing a security umbrella. And really, that's what I think the main European goal has been the last couple weeks, is to try and use a peace settlement, not necessarily just to end the war, but to keep the United States involved in being the primary security provider for Europe. And that's why they're trying to structure security guarantees in a certain way where they're calling it an American backstop, but what they really want is a leading role for the United States. And so, again, that's why I think the administration needs to be really careful about how these security guarantees are structured and what the actual responsibilities of the United States are, and make sure the Europeans don't buck past to us yet again.
Well, and of course, you've also got to run the situation of the potential for bad actors to get involved here, because certainly there's elements of all sides here, as well as who knows what other third parties could get in and really throw a monkey wrench in the works. Because, you know, people, I remember the media kept saying, where's the ceasefire? Why hasn't Trump gotten a ceasefire up in Anchorage? And of course, how can he agree to a ceasefire when he's not one of the leaders of the armies that are currently fighting? So if he sits down and tells the Russians that we're going to have a ceasefire, and then some Ukrainian brigade goes out and or one of these drone forces launches an attack, then who just broke the ceasefire? Now you just bought the entire conflict at this point. And the big worry here that you hear in D.C. a lot, that I'm hearing a lot too, is that people don't want to get into a situation where this becomes Trump's Afghanistan, where we saw the fall of Kabul and the absolute overrun of the Afghan National Army, the flight of the prime minister out by as the Taliban took over the entire country. And unfortunately, the Russians have shown that they are far more willing to keep fighting. They're willing to go all the way up to the Dnieper River and possibly even march on Kiev in the next couple of years here if they don't get a deal, because they're basically saying we are willing to pay the price no matter the cost, because it's in our security interest to do so. And the real question here is, will they be able to be satiated for whatever they're given, whether it be, from the Ukrainian side, as well as the security guarantees as well? The enemy gets a vote.
Absolutely. And I think you were alluding to this, but we also need to remember, too, is that the current government in Ukraine, and I have to say, they're not completely unified themselves. You know, I won't exactly say who, but there are elements that I think would surprise a lot of Americans that see the writing on the wall, that recognize that they need to end this war. And there are people in the current government in Ukraine that are realistic, and behind the scenes, they're trying to drive an end to this conflict that preserves a decent future for a Ukrainian nation. However, I think it's fair to say that Zelensky and a lot of his closest aides, it is in their interest for this war to continue. I think we both know that if there are elections held in the next few months, that Zelensky probably loses. He either loses to somebody like Zaluzhny, or he loses to somebody on the super far right, you know, somebody associated with like an Azov battalion or a right sector type movement. So it is in his interest for this war to continue for a period of time. And you can't ignore that. And that's why the United States, just like we were in March, needs to be prepared to use its leverage over Ukraine to get them to agree to things.
We've got to use leverage
ugly,
in every way possible. And that's what President Trump is doing. Dan, where can people go to follow you to get access to what you're putting out?
The best place is on my X account at Dan D. Caldwell. That's where I put out most of my work these days.
Folks, give him a follow. Serious stuff only over there. That's where the work really takes place. Dan Caldwell. Thanks so much, Ryan, for being on. All right, we'll be right back. Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair?
If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Sobick back here, Human Events Daily. Really excited to have our next guest on. We have Dr. Alejandro Diaz. He is from the Wellness Company, and he is the Chief of Pediatric Medicine. Dr. Diaz, how are you?
Hey, Jack, how are you? Thank you so much for having me on.
Of course, it was great to see you, by the way, over there in Warsaw. I said, wow, the Wellness Company's even over here in Warsaw. You guys are really covering down on all your travel, because that's always when I get my Wellness Company kit. I'm always make sure I grab it for my travel now.
Yeah, thank God the Wellness Company, it's everywhere. Yeah, and it was a pleasure meeting you, and I think it was an amazing event during the inauguration of President Nawrocki.
No, it was great. And by the way, twc.health/POSO, twc.health/POSO. Get your travel kits, get your emergency kits, get everything. Folks, I want to play now this clip that's just come out. It's RFK Jr. talking about this huge announcement on mRNA vaccines. Let's play it.
At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risks than benefits for these respiratory viruses. That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these 22 contracts totaling just under $500 million.
So, huge announcement from our Secretary of Health there, RFK Jr. Dr. Alejandro Diaz, can you walk us through why it was, and I think we've all sort of heard about the issues with mRNA, but why was it specifically that RFK Jr. came in and said, we're canceling this, it's terminated?
You know, Jack, what I can tell you is that this is bad news for a few, but great news for the rest of the world. You know, as an immunologist and very actively and an active voice internationally during the initiation of the COVID operation, I was against this mass vaccination because that was an experimental vaccine. And now we know, unfortunately, the damage, it's already done. But what I admire and deeply admire about Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as Director of NIH, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, is that they promise to make America healthy again through the MAHA movement. And that's exactly what they are delivering. So I'm very proud of them. I am very proud of President Trump, and I am very proud of what they're doing because that's exactly what we need. But let me make something very clear, and it's important to mention this to your audience. Secretary Kennedy, he wants to make sure that everybody understands that the research for mRNA will be only for upper respiratory viruses. And I think that's an amazing decision. I'm very proud of him as an immunologist and obviously as a pediatrician.
So when we look at this now, the response from Big Pharma, and anyone can just go see the headlines. Wall Street Journal has a huge op-ed out saying RFK's dangerous attack on mRNA research, biopharma drive, Kennedy's mRNA cuts could set U.S. science back, et cetera. So even the LA Times is coming out now, the BBC, NPR, they're fact-checking him left and right, Washington Post. Are we seeing this big industry response because of the fact that he's doing exactly what he said he would do on the campaign trail, and that he's actually demanding that real studies be done before U.S. taxpayer money is going to this new technology?
That is exactly right, Jack. And he's delivering what he promised, and I'm very supportive of him. I had a very deep conversation with him once through Zoom, and it's amazing the amount of knowledge that he has in terms of medicine. He's a lawyer, but I bet he knows. Sometimes he knows more things than many of my colleagues. So they took an amazing turn of canceling these 22 mRNA contracts worth nearly $500 million. And that's something. That's why I say bad news for a few and great news for the rest of the world. And I think this is, we're going on the right track.
And so when it comes down to it, though, how should people be looking at these mRNA vaccines? There's a lot of talk about them, a lot of skepticism, a lot of worry. We now have several years of data, just in terms of their mass adoption by a lot of people, obviously, who took the vaccines. What are we seeing that's come out as a result of this?
So let me go through the numbers, Jack. There are approximately 5.5 billion people who unfortunately took those jabs worldwide. And we are seeing the damage. We are seeing the collateral of all this and the side effects, from myocarditis to pericarditis to autoimmune disease, problems on the skin, urticaria, hives, and infertility. So many problems, and I want to mention, the turbo cancers. We are seeing an increase in turbo cancers from lymphomas, breast cancer, brain cancer, you name it. There's a lot of cancer going on, and there's a potential risk that we have to acknowledge, and just right after the application of this mass vaccination worldwide, which I consider a human catastrophe.
And so when we're looking at it that way, can you walk us through some of those symptoms for people who do potentially have these injuries?
Well, we see, I don't know if you're familiar with POTS syndrome. These are patients that they start to get dizziness, palpitation, and they weakness and things along that line. Their life just changed. That's only for POTS, and we're starting to see a lot of POTS everywhere. I diagnose POTS very regularly in my clinic. Also, myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart, pericarditis, which is the inflammation of the sac that covers the heart, a lot of thyroid problems, autoimmune problems, skin problems. And so this was a catastrophe. I was hardly criticized because because I predicted the pandemic a year before. That's kind of my journey. I predicted the pandemic because a year before, on the third week of October 2018, because I was watching very closely what was happening at the global sphere, what was happening in Europe, what was happening in Canada, United States, Central America, South America, and what happened during the gathering of the caravans in Honduras on the third week of October 2018. And we were just about to be 100 years after the last pandemic, which was the Spanish flu in 1918. So I only thought, this is chaos and we need a reset. And I thought that it was a pandemic coming. And I said it on national television.
We saw so much come out and everything that was done. And then they handed the entire country over to Dr. Anthony Fauci. And by the way, every time I think about this guy and what he did, and you go back to it, Ed Martin now has the emails that are starting to come out that said, you know what, even Biden's Department of Justice had problems with the pardons that were being signed by this auto pen. That thing is completely invalid. That pardon was not signed by the President of the United States, and he was certainly not acting in good faith and of sound mind when he wrote that thing. I think Dr. Fauci's pardon should be challenged. I think they should challenge that, take it all the way to the Supreme Court. It was obviously not done properly, and he needs to be investigated. By the way, states can also go after this guy, and look at what he did, the lies that were told, the fact that this happened and affected so many people. That's what Dr. Fauci needs to worry about. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hey, I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley, and out here, I can't afford to be without power. That's why I carry the brand new Alpha Case Elite solar generator from 4 Patriots. An all-in-one solar power station packed inside a covert case. Inspired by advanced military tech, it powers your lights, tools, even your fridge. No gas, no noise. You'll get a solar panel included free. Go to 4patriots.com and get your Alpha Case with a free solar panel now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We're on with Dr. Alejandro Diaz. He is the Chief of Pediatric Medicine over at the Wellness Company. If you want to check them out, by the way, and all the great things that they have to offer, all natural solutions, the ultimate spike detox as well for anyone who's come in contact with this. It's really easy. I use Wellness Company. I love their stuff. I love their kits. I've got them all over the place here. You just go to twc.health/POSO, twc.health/POSO, and save 10% plus free shipping with promo code Poso. By the way, these kits, I love them so much. I've got them for myself. I got them for my wife. I've got them for my family members. So we just keep loading up, and it makes a great gift too if you want to get it in terms of that for something that's a little bit different, but also something that really helps people in your family. I wanted to also get into. There's been a story that has been, and Dr. Diaz, this has been really rocking all over social media. People came to me with it, and then boom, we see this in Martha's Vineyard just a couple of days ago. Meat and dairy allergies, they claim from tick bites, are now skyrocketing. Where? In Martha's Vineyard this summer, as well as all over the country. They're talking about this alpha-gal syndrome. I want to play a clip now describing it.
Have like meat for dinner at night, and I'd be absolutely fine after I ate it. And then in the middle of the night, I would wake up and I would be throwing up or have severe stomach pain. I have abnormal levels of the alpha-gal in my blood work.
The bite of a Lone Star tick seems to cause an immune system response that can result in folks having an allergic reaction to the consumption or exposure to this alpha-gal sugar.
Prior to her diagnosis, Miller says she struggled with mysterious and uncomfortable symptoms for years. Miller says she would also get hives or rashes, asthma issues, and fatigue.
You start thinking that it's in your head, you're making these things up. The muscle aches and problems with my muscles and stuff like that. What's the first thing you go to? You go to an anti-inflammatory, you go to Tylenol, you go to some ibuprofen. Well, I was making it worse because they have nano products in them.
Dr. Diaz, walk us through this. What is alpha-gal syndrome? Why does it seemingly cause this allergy to meat and dairy products? And is this really just something that came out of ticks?
Wow, I didn't know you were going to ask me this, Jack, but this is very interesting, and it's very fairly new syndrome, and it's called alpha-gal syndrome, or AGS. There has been diagnosed approximately 90,000 cases since the early 2000s. That's pretty much about 11,000 cases approximately a year. And so it's what it is. It's a foreign protein that it gets from a tick bite. And the reason it's called alpha-gal1, it's because there are two molecules of galactose, which is galactose 1, alpha-1,3 galactose. And it's a foreign protein because that protein, it's unique for mammals, specifically cows, pork, deer, and lamb, and many others, but these are the most important. It's not common. It does not exist in human. So once you get infected or once you get a tick bite, you will get sensitized, and the patient will produce what we call IgE, specific antibodies. So when that specific person or patient will eat red meat again, they can develop what we call a severe allergic reaction with skin hives, swelling of the ears, the eye, the lips, respiratory problems like coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, heart problems as well, low pressure, palpitations, gastrointestinal problems like diarrhea, abdominal pain. And, it mimics an allergic reaction, almost an anaphylactic reaction. So it is very interesting. The tricky part here, Jack, is that you have to be very well trained. Why? Because as allergists, we see patients that they develop what we call hypersensitivity type 1. That's an immediate reaction. Like, let's say somebody is allergic to peanut. They eat peanut, and immediately, within minutes, sometimes seconds, they develop the problem. Same for the other allergens. Here, it's a different story. It can take from 2 to 6 hours after that. So it's kind of tricky. And the other tricky part for my allergy colleagues worldwide is that not every time that the patient that it's already allergic to this foreign protein will develop when they eat red meat again. So it's very tricky. It's fairly new kind of a disease, and we have to be prepared. So I recommend everybody to go and be checked by their allergist.
No, I think it's exactly right. And for folks that are worried about this in general, I would also suggest twc.health/POSO. Just head in there, make sure you've got stockpiles that are run up on this. But this syndrome, it's really just the symptoms of it are really strange. And it's got a lot of conversation out there about, where it really was that the origins of alpha-gal came from. And I'm honestly not someone who's dug in on it as much as I was on COVID-19, but I do hear a lot of people saying that it acts very differently to other syndromes that we've seen before.
Yeah, so I'm an allergist, immunologist, and pediatrician. So I've been trained to see all sort of allergic reactions and those kind of reactions. We have been in touch with ticks for thousands of years. We've been eating red meat for thousands of years. How come this is a new trend? So it's important. Here I just want to put the facts, and then I want everybody to make their own conclusions.
Well, no, I think that's exactly right, and it's obviously something new, some kind of new syndrome that's come out, and the fact that it's all over Martha's Vineyard of all places is incredible as well, because you imagine when you think in terms of vaccination rates, when you think in terms of boosters, they've got everything. They've got absolutely everything up in Martha's Vineyard, that you can have concierge doctors and all the rest, and yet even they can't seem to figure out how to deal with this.
That is exactly right. And something important to mention is that the vast majority of all the cases, this close to 90,000 cases, they have seen in southeast of the United States and Midwest. So it's interesting. There are some important issues that we have to take a look as allergists.
No, I think it's exactly right. And, it's something that, of course, people worry about Lyme disease, even to this day, the other famous tick-borne illness. And it's something that it's even to this day, as even though that's been around for decades at this point, that's still something that causes a lot of concern and can in some cases still be deadly.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Once anybody is facing one of our biggest fear as allergists or doctors, it's to encounter with the patient with an anaphylactic reaction. That's a life-threatening problem, and we have to act immediately. But I strongly recommend anybody who are dealing with new hives and things along this line that they go and be checked by their local allergist.
I couldn't agree more. And so thank you, Dr. Alejandro Diaz. I want to remind people again, go and check out twc.health/POSO, twc.health/POSO. If you're looking for some spike detox, or you want to just have one of their travel kits or emergency kits, I urge you to have them, because you never know. Thanks again for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to let you.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. It is Wednesday, the 20th of August. It's the year of our Lord 2025, and welcome to it. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for being here with me on Real America's Voice. Certainly appreciate your patronage. Rasmussen Reports released a new poll showcasing the prevalence of mental illness among liberals. I'm not making it up. A self-identifying poll that shows close to 50% of liberals say they have a mental illness. No kidding. Also, President Trump is restoring fairness in college admissions with his new memorandum requiring some universities to submit detailed admissions data to prove they're not using race as a factor in who gets in and who doesn't. And then later, the Democrats have filed all sorts of lawsuits against President Trump, hoping that something sticks and derails his agenda. However, they keep losing. Well, that's too bad. We'll get to all of that, but first this. We're still dealing with the consequences of 4 years of open borders, clearly. Specifically, 3 people paid the ultimate price just last week in Florida when an illegal alien caused a crash with a semi-truck he should never have been driving in the first place. 28-year-old Harjinder Singh, currently under arrest after causing the crash on a Florida turnpike. The video captures his reaction, or lack thereof, when he practically decapitates the minivan while trying to make an illegal U-turn on the turnpike, blocking all lanes of traffic and leaving everyone in the van dead. He doesn't even show, he just sits there. Oh, look, I might be late for lunch. Singh seems to have no remorse whatsoever, no surprise, no concern, casual indifference over his actions that cost 3 people their lives. A 37-year-old woman from Pompano Beach, a 54-year-old man from Miami, and the driver, a 30-year-old man from Florida City. All dead. Florida is charging Singh with 3 counts of vehicular homicide, and Florida's Attorney General James Utzmeyer says he plans on going after him with the full weight of the law, as he should. Listen.
I can confirm we're not going to deport or let this guy out of our sights until we have convicted him and ensured that he is behind bars for as long as possible, likely the rest of his life. Only then will we hand him over to ICE for deportation, but he's going to serve his time.
But the real point, the bigger point, is that Singh never should have had the wheel of that truck in the first place. He should never have been behind the wheel of any vehicle. He crossed into the U.S. illegally in 2018. California gave him a commercial driver's license with no regard to him as his immigration status or his ability to understand English or even read basic traffic signs. He was utterly and completely unqualified to operate any motor vehicle at any speed on any U.S. roadway. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who gave this illegal a license to kill, has tried to deny all wrongdoing, responding to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on Twitter that the illegal alien entered the United States in 2018 under Trump's presidency, he claimed. He claims that the Trump administration gave Singh work authorization, which allowed him to get a CDL under California law, but that's all a lie from the governor. You see, California's Assembly Bill 60, it was passed back in 2015. It only allows undocumented immigrants to apply for driver's licenses if they can provide proof of identity. Newsom himself even took the time to include in his little comeback his belief that providing undocumented immigrants with driver's licenses improves public safety. Can you imagine making that claim? That claim. It's safer to have these people on the road in the face of this kind of devastating tragedy, and he's running for president? And more importantly, Singh was actually denied a work permit by the Trump administration in 2020. It wasn't until 2021 under Joe Biden that authorization was given. Exactly what you'd expect from an open borders administration. It should also be noted that even though Singh entered this country illegally in 2018, 7 years ago, he's still waiting today on his asylum hearing. Something he obviously won't be getting now, but why hasn't a decision been made on him or thousands of others? And the answer is because Joe Biden let in millions of illegals during his time in office. And the system is so bogged down that we're going to keep paying the price. No matter how hard we work to secure our border, it's going to take time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wants more than just Singh to be held accountable. He thinks sanctuary states and sanctuary cities should pay the price as well. Here's his reaction.
Yes, you shouldn't be giving illegals driver's license. We don't allow that in Florida. California does. They've issued probably over 1 million licenses to illegals in recent years. But to have somebody like that on our roadways, putting people in jeopardy, yes, criminally prosecute him, the illegal, 100%. But I think it's got to go beyond that. And I think we got to get tougher on this nationally. You know, one of the frustrations we've had in Florida, we don't recognize illegal alien driver's license from any other state. We don't issue them from our state. We don't recognize any ID cards issued by local governments, NGOs, you name it. We've tried to create an environment that makes it inhospitable for people to want to come illegally and come to Florida. California's done the opposite. They're inviting people to come to this country illegally. They'll pay for your health care. You get in-state tuition. You get all these benefits, some of which American citizens don't even get. But ultimately, I think you're going to need the Congress to use the power of the purse and defund states like California that are sanctuary states and their similar cities.
You've got to do something, that's for sure, Governor. Meanwhile, Florida Congressman Brian Mast, whose district was the scene of this deadly crash, he noted that Singh actually fled to California after the crime. Why? Because he thought he'd be safe there, thought he could hide there, thought he could go back to sanctuary California after he murdered 3 people. Here's more.
As we pointed out, this happened in your congressional district. What do you say about it?
It happened within just a few minutes of my home. Tragedy, just number one. Preventable. Like we can say with so many of these incidents related to illegal immigration, it could have been stopped if the right policies would have been adhered to. And of course, California doesn't adhere to those policies. And to really put a fine point on that, when this individual conducted this crash, had this crash and then fled somewhere, where did he flee to? He fled back to California. He's being brought back to Florida today from California, but that's where he went back to, thinking that he would be more safe there.
Yeah, thought he would be more safe hiding in California. Now, Florida can't fix our country on its own. Something has to be done across the board. The Trump administration has already enacted a proficiency requirement. You have to be able to speak English to be a foreign-born driver of a big rig. It's a move in the right direction, but we might need even more, like checks at a weigh station, for example, and other enforcement techniques. You see, the American Trucking Association released a statement as well in response to this terrible crash, saying, quote, "This is a horrific tragedy that never should have happened. While an investigation is underway, this driver's blatant disregard for highway safety and the rules of the road makes clear he should never have been behind the wheel to begin with." They go on and say this incident underscores the importance and urgency of the work that the Trump administration is doing to audit CDL issuances nationwide. in addition to its enhanced enforcement of English language proficiency. But we remain concerned that fraudulent and non-compliant entities continue to fast-track CDL applicants with minimal, if any, training. That's a pretty damning indictment, isn't it? Federal regulators have uncovered a mountain of violations during their investigation into Singh, who's failed an English proficiency test after the crash, by the way. And when I say failed, I mean not even close. An absolute disaster. He got, get this, 2 out of 12 verbal questions correct. And when he looked at traffic signs, he identified 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4. Washington State actually was the first to issue Singh a CDL, a regular full term in which asylum seekers are not even eligible for. That was in 2023. It was a week later, California issued another CDL to Singh, a limited term version. But neither of those should have ever been given out, given the fact that the man can't pass an English proficiency test, something that could have actually been discovered when in July, just last month, he was stopped in New Mexico, where he was issued a speeding ticket. New Mexico authorities failed to issue the proficiency test during the stop, which has actually been a requirement since June of this year. Once again, ignoring the law of the land and costing innocent people their lives. How many have to die? Like I said, this is not an isolated incident. Even in the conservative state of Florida, you obviously have bad actors looking to take advantage of the problem that Democrats have created. Just this summer, 8 people there were arrested for their involvement in a scheme that gave undocumented immigrants driver's licenses without testing in exchange for payments of about $200. 2 of those individuals were actually DMV employees. So thank God that Florida is at least cracking down on it. It's a start. Because otherwise we get more of this. Graphic warning here. You're about to see a large semi-truck earlier this summer occupied by 2 illegal aliens plowing through multiple cars at a stoplight. Horrible to watch. Look at that. The carnage. That happened in Thomasville, Alabama. 2 illegal aliens. 2 people dead at the scene. 4 others maimed. Like we always say, every state is a border state at this point. Thank you, Joe Biden. Sanctuary states, though, continue to be the epicenter of damage while they continue to justify their disastrous policies. New Jersey shielded 43-year-old illegal alien Raul Luna Perez from ICE, despite prior DUI arrests in March and April of this year. 2 DUI arrests, March and April. On top of a domestic violence arrest back in 2023. But still, hey, turn him loose. They did. Sure enough, he crossed in oncoming traffic with a blood alcohol level 3 times the legal limit. Going better than 60 miles an hour. He killed a woman and her 11-year-old daughter, maimed another 11-year-old child. Thank you for that. Then there's this just from last week out of Pennsylvania. Listen.
Where a deadly hit-and-run investigation is underway involving immigration and customs enforcement. This new video shows the moment a pedestrian was hit at the intersection of 4th Avenue and Main Street near a Citgo gas station. Now we have paused the video before impact. The suspect did take off and was later arrested in Ambridge, Beaver County. And this afternoon, the coroner has identified the victim as 61-year-old Ulysses Montalvo. Police say the driver was an undocumented immigrant. He is being held by police until ICE officers arrive.
How many more have to die? How many more? How many Americans have to die at the hands of people in this country illegally? How many? The answer is largely going to depend on the cooperation of Democrats who would rather oppose everything Donald Trump and his administration and ICE and DHS are doing instead of protecting their own residents, their own citizens. You know, the ones that are here legally, contributing to what we build called America. Of course, he's right. These parents that lose their children don't want to be told, I told you so. They don't want to say, I told you so. They want their kids to be alive. It's high time that Democrats listen to Americans who don't want their lives taken by illegals, who should never have driver's licenses in the first place because they should not be here in the first place. Gavin Newsom has blood on his hands because he handed out a license to kill. A license to kill, and I say one more time, how many more have to die? How many more of those illegal licenses are out there on the road with you and your family? Coming up after the break, I'll bring on a head pollster at Rasmussen to discuss his recent poll showing the prevalence of mental illness among liberals. And it's self-identifying, by the way. Details straight ahead.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, in a recent poll, this will come as no surprise to a lot of you. In a recent poll by Rasmussen, numbers show that 43% of 18 to 39-year-olds that consider themselves liberals also say they've been diagnosed with a mental illness. Ooh. It's nothing new to any of us, of course. I know that might sound harsh, but it's the truth. And they're self-identifying, apparently. Let's see. Gender dysphoria, furries, people dressing, identifying as animals, yelling outbursts, bipolar fits, so much more, and just the general screaming and carrying on. Now, 43% said they have a mental illness, and honestly, maybe a chunk of the 57% are just in denial. I'm not sure. Here to sort it out with me and discuss those numbers, head pollster at Rasmussen reports, Mark Mitchell. Mark, nice to see you. I don't think anybody's surprised by what they've seen here today. 43%, and this is people that self-identify. Raise their hand, yeah, I got a problem. So maybe there's some more in there that didn't raise their hand and admit it. Thanks for being here. This is pretty shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, or like you said, people who haven't seek diagnosis, like I'm a furry. That's messed up. But I'm not going to go get my doctor to tell me that that's a mental condition. Yeah, this is the kind of yeoman's work that we do that's not election, because I'm concerned about voters and I'm concerned about the state of the country. And as we've talked about on your show, we're in really rapidly approaching territory where we're coming into the end of the fourth turning. Everything's falling apart. Trust in institutions is shot. Basically, every institution right now is a shill for the status quo, for the rich and powerful and crony capitalist connected. And this is one of those things where it's like, okay, well, we have Trump now. He got in on a mandate. He should be fixing things, but if you look back, there's actually a heck of a lot he's not going to be able to fix. And so we're in for a pretty bumpy next decade or two as society figures out how to sort this one. And I did this because Pew put some numbers out that showed something similar, and I wanted to get my hands on it. And so this is a massive poll we put out. Great America Show with John Fawcett sponsored it for us, 2,400 American adults. And we found it is concerning, the level of liberals who say they have a mental condition. And also we asked in the past year, have you sought counseling or mental health treatment from a therapist? And are you currently taking one or more prescription drugs for a mental condition? And those numbers were all really horrible too. 43% of 18 to 39-year-old liberals diagnosed with a mental condition, and 37% therapists within the last 12 months, 32% currently taking more than one drug for a mental problem. Now, the caveat is the number for conservatives is not zero. It's pretty high too. And so this is actually really most troublingly an age signal where we have 18 to 29-year-olds at 30% mental condition, 30 to 39-year-olds, 37%, 40 to 49-year-olds, 33%, and then everybody over 50, it's much, much, much less. Hardly any 65 and olders. Yeah. So this is a problem, I think, with current society is these people launch, they get through their 20s, and then they're like, man, things are really messed up. I need to medicate myself to deal with this. 30% of all people under 40 are going to a therapist, according to their own report. 28% of all people under 40
Let me ask you this.
Taking a drug, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Mark. I mean, you watch these trends and these things all the time. Let me ask you this because people get to believing and self-diagnosing and things like this. Look, these medications are out there all the time being pushed and talked about and advertised. Does that have something to do with it here? Hey, you can do better. You need to see a therapist. Everybody's got a therapist. It used to be just the Hollywood folks were on drugs that had therapists. Now it's spread to the whole country. But these drug companies are out there all the time pushing stuff. And, you can feel better, just take a pill. Is there something to that? Or we're not just really that nuts, are we?
No, I think this is the barometer for how broke society is. If people are insane and are self-medicating because of that, this is the problem. This has been created by a decades-long attack on marriage, on religion, on institutional trust. I mean, people do not trust all of these institutions anymore. How can you get through life if the very systems that we depend on are not worthy of being trusted? People don't trust corporations. Corporations have captured our government. And so I look at these, and obviously part of this, I think, is the unholy alliance between government and healthcare, the way that healthcare has regulatorily captured the people that are supposed to administer and watch out for these programs. We've seen it with COVID. And they're all too happy to force pills on people and then also use their own media companies, the own companies that they advertise on, to normalize this stuff. And so that's what's happened is they've normalized a whole lot of broken things, and this is the wreckage. And we haven't even seen, what kind of parents are the 18 to 39-year-old liberals, roughly half of whom have a mental condition? What kind of families are those people going to raise?
Well, they don't have families.
What is the cost to society of bearing that wreckage?
Yeah, how many of them come from broken families already and so on and so forth? Personal question for me, if I have emotional support bourbon, does that make me crazy or is that okay?
No, I've been known to have more than one emotional support bourbons. So I think that's all good. I mean, that's normal. We live in clown world. So, yes, obviously everybody has their coping mechanisms. But, I wonder, everything has been completely, this is maximum rent seeking, right? And so if you can turn somebody's mental dismay into a chronic condition that for the rest of their lives, you can harvest money, mostly taxpayer money. I suspect most of these people are on Medicare, Medicaid, and they're getting therapy. And the whole goal of the therapist is probably not to cure said condition, but to drag it on as long as possible and make these people pharmaceutically dependent. And we can't live this way. We can't live as a society. The average person should be a well put together, socially well adjusted, confident person capable of partnering with somebody of the opposite sex and procreating and raising morally upstanding children. And that is not the norm right now.
That should be normal. Yeah. Here's the question that I think people ask listening to us have this conversation is, can it be fixed? You said 10 or 20 years. I don't know that 10 or 20 years fixes this. Are we unpolarized then? Because another big driver, I think, of mental issues are these little devices we all stare at all day. I don't think that's helping a lot of folks. It's emotional support robots now. No kidding in that one. I mean, people are, falling in love with their algorithms or whatever the hell they're doing. Can it be fixed?
Yeah, we're probably rapidly running into a massive crisis where ultimately what happens is people have to decide if they're going to be maximum dopamine seeking or maximum producing. And people have talked about AI and how they think, well, AI might completely upset everything and take away everybody's jobs. And I don't really know if that's the case. But if you think about, constantly having all the information at your fingertips, it's just addicted people into these feedback loops of self-reinforcement and self-validation. But with AI, you don't even need to think anymore. You can outsource your critical reasoning. And so there's people who will use AI to produce more things, to be more competent, to think better. And I try to use AI as a sounding board to make my thoughts more clear and to learn. Most people aren't going to use it that way. Most people are going to use it to drive these societal problems even worse. So you're going to have this society of very few productive, well-reasoning people, and then a whole bunch of people that just can't get out of their own way.
Yeah. And again, if you're not using critical thinking because AI is your crutch on everything, that's a problem. Mark, really enlightening here. I hope we can fix it. A lot of nutty people out there. We see it we see it on social media every day, don't we? Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen. Always
it'll get fixed. The question is, at what cost?
At what cost? That's exactly right. All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live, back after this. He's great.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Well, on the 4th of July, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, a landmark victory, delivering sweeping tax cuts, entitlement reforms, a partial repeal of the Green New Deal. It needs to go farther. Despite fears GOP moderates in the House Freedom Caucus would derail the legislation, The collaboration secured over $4 trillion in tax relief for Americans so far. The caucus's pro-taxpayer push sharpened the bill's edge, achieving $1.5 trillion in spending cuts while scaling back hundreds of billions in clean energy subsidies. President Trump is doing all he can for the economy, but Jerome Powell has ignored the president's call to cut interest rates, which has seemingly led to inflation increasing just a bit, moving further away from the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2%. Here to discuss all of this, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Aiello. Tommy, look, we need to get some tax relief around here, which more of it. We got some there. We need more. We also need relief from these interest rates. And I honestly don't understand why Jerome Powell would wait. It's pretty clear we could use some help here. And when I say we, I mean the average person paying a mortgage or trying to get a used car or just trying to pay their credit card bills. It would help all of these folks, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it sure would. So, yeah, let's take a step back. What President Trump did was historic. The passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, $5 trillion in tax cuts. We think that's a really good idea. Plus, we received about $1.5 trillion worth of spending reductions. And almost all of that could be attributed to the House Freedom Caucus, which is no doubt the most pro-taxpayer, pro-conservative caucus in the entire Congress. Because of them, we had a much more fiscally responsible deal, and we were able to make sure it got to the president's desk on the president's deadline.
Yeah. All right. So what do we need to do from here? There's talk now that the second big, beautiful bill is under construction. What would you like to see in that new legislation that's likely to come maybe at the end of the year or early next year, probably somewhere in that time frame? What would you want in the construction of that bill?
Yeah, so we are going all in this year to see if we can get another reconciliation bill. We need to take advantage while Republicans have both houses of Congress and the White House. We need to maximize this moment. So what we're saying is we need to look at additional pro-growth tax provisions, maybe even more tax cuts for working families. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're getting our debt and our deficits under control. We're spending about $2 trillion more than we take in every single year. That's how we got stuck with a $37 trillion debt. It's unsustainable. So what we'd like to see is, one, more changes to entitlement programs, specifically Medicaid. We shouldn't have people that are working age adults continue to sit on the couch. It's time for them to enter the workforce. And with the strong economy that President Trump has put forward, there are plenty of jobs available for every working person. Second, we need to make sure that we completely eliminate the Green New Deal. This is a massive $1 trillion subsidies for the green energy industry. We started to pare it back. It can go further. And we obviously need to do more to make sure we tame inflation.
You know, it's interesting because I've seen these videos on social media. You might have seen them too. And I want you to weigh in on this. A variety of them I've seen of people complaining because their food stamp allowance is being cut unless they put in 15 hours a week volunteering somewhere. So here's what could happen. You could go 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day to the food bank and volunteer. And because you did that, helped out some other folks. This one lady I just listened to recently, $2,000 a month in SNAP benefits she would get for volunteering at the food court. But she refuses to do it and complains that we should give her more free stuff, and she won't even volunteer. And in fact, he made it so you can get online and do stuff. You just got to do something. I'll give you the last word.
No, it's ridiculous. And this is exactly what the Freedom Caucus and Republicans generally wanted to cut back on, is this waste, fraud, and abuse. It is ridiculous that we're giving all this money to people that choose not to work. And what that budget bill, the tax and spend bill, did is it said, hey, you just need to work 20 hours a week and there'll be no change to your benefits. We also exempted a number of categories of people with disabilities, people with children, people that are over the age of 63 that are on Social Security. They're exempt. The only way that you're going to get change in your benefits is if you just choose not to work and you're not part of those eligible categories. We think it's a really fair way to get people off the couch, back to work, and contribute to our society.
Amen. Yeah, absolutely. Tommy, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate your insights. We'll talk again soon. All right, a new administration in D.C., it brings a lot of positive change when it comes to fixing the broken healthcare system. But the reality is, if you want healthcare to be fixed, it starts with you at home. That's making America healthy again, and it's up to you. It's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from doctors from the Wellness Company here on a regular basis. They know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to make sure you use every one of the medications properly. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue and weight loss and so much more. You can help stay healthy and live longer and a more satisfying life just by paying attention. Make America Healthy Again starts with you at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. Save 10% right now. After the break, President Trump is restoring fairness in college admissions with his new memorandum requiring some universities to show us the receipts. Are you using race for admissions or not? We need proof. We'll be back.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Going to college, getting an education remains a prospect for many Americans. There are still some things where a degree is required. While most students would apply with the presumption that grades and merit would take heavy emphasis, it's DEI practices that took the forefront in recent years, sadly. Well, President Trump aimed to address this unfair practice and signed a presidential memorandum back on August the 7th that would require federally funded institutions to provide admissions data to ensure that those schools are considering applicants based on merit, meritocracy, not the color of their skin or anything else. Here to discuss is campus reform correspondent Emily Sturge. Emily, so nice to see you again. Why would we ever consider other factors except do you have the grades? I mean, you can get some bonus points for being from a certain part of the state or maybe even a zip code, but based solely on skin color or gender, that's not how America is supposed to work, from what I recall. Your thoughts?
That's the million-dollar question, and that's exactly why students should be celebrating President Trump bringing more transparency to the college admissions process. Look, the fact of the matter is race has been a factor in the admissions process even after the 2023 Supreme Court ruling. What that told universities is they can't ask applicants to tick a box about their race and then use that against them. But it left this massive side door open to diversity statements and essays asking students about their race or their commitment to DEI. So race has continued to shape admissions. This administration is saying no more. This White House has recognized that that's still happening in admissions offices and is aiming to bring back transparency and meritocracy, of course, to the admissions process.
Yeah, so look, the problem for colleges and universities now is kind of, you've got that going on, but they're also losing enrollment already because people are seeing a devaluation of the degree. They're not getting the jobs they thought they were going to get 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. Some of these colleges are in real trouble, so maybe they should stop the games and just go by who are the best students and get them in here and move forward. Where am I wrong?
You're not wrong. And you'd think that colleges would want to recruit the best and the brightest. That's what's logical. But we have seen many Gen Zers going with different options. Many Gen Zers going to trade schools or other maybe 2-year degrees instead of a traditional 4-year degree. We're reporting at the Leadership Institute's campus reform that 1 in 4 Gen Zers, so that's 25% of young people, actually regret their college degree. And I point to another statistic. 72% of Gen Zers say that their college degree didn't prepare them for their career. So what's the point anymore? Well, I still think that there's a point. I think that there's a massive benefit to getting a degree, but universities need to follow line. They need to be following the law. They need to be admitting students based on their merits, their talents, their skills, their qualifications, instead of their skin color. And of course, this White House is aiming to bring that back to reality.
Well, you may have heard me say this before, Emily, but I'll say it again. I believe that these institutions of higher learning should be the co-signers on that loan. If a student gets a loan and they're $100,000 in debt and 5 years later still don't have a job that can pay off that debt and pay off that loan, well, then they're sold a bill of goods, and that university with their multi-billion-dollar endowment, many of them, should back up that degree with money and a guarantee. What do you think of that?
Money talks. We know that money is what makes universities bend from their discriminatory ways. And back to President Trump's latest executive action, bringing more transparency to the admissions process. What it's doing, universities have to admit, they have to come out with their admissions data and say which races that they're admitting, but they're putting their federal funding at risk. And that's what's going to hold these institutions accountable at the end of the day. We've already seen it with Columbia University's $221 million settlement with the Trump administration. One of the resolutions there was that they have to come out with this admissions data. So at the end of the day, of course, money is always the motivator.
Yeah, there you have it. Emily Sturridge, always a good conversation. Thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
As always, is the continued divide between Donald Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Maybe. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold. Keep it in your safe. It's a good place for it. It's why you got the safe, right? First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for yourself. That's kind of important now, isn't it? Coming up after the break, I'll discuss the Democrats and their tendency to file unsuccessful lawsuits against President Trump. They just keep swinging and missing. More on that coming up.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty.
I hope
you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, as you know, President Trump no stranger to the law. Besides enforcing it, he's often subject to it. At least that's what Democrats would have you believe. Just this year, President Trump was subject to various lawsuits ranging from the president's enforcement of ICE in Democrat-based cities to even allegedly using the SNAP benefits to identify illegal aliens. The thing that ties these lawsuits together has to do with the fact that none of them will stick, adding to an endless pile of lawsuits meant only to try to slow down and disrupt the president's agenda. Here with me to discuss is legal expert and host of the What's Right show, Sam Mirjowski. Sam, nice to see you here. Look, the Democrats have had a series of losses. I mean, the Democrats, they're not used to just getting, lost. They're cellar dwellers if they're in baseball, aren't they?
Steve, you're exactly right. I mean, this was supposed to be the bulwark against Trump. This is how they were going to stave off the administration and its bold agenda. And it's not going particularly well. You're absolutely right. So I think the count is now about 300 lawsuits or so filed, about 25 fully blocked, were fully blocked. I think another 75 partially blocked, and the rest are getting, or the courts are chewing through them. So, yeah, I mean, overall, the plan to obstruct the Trump administration and to slow down Trump doesn't seem to be working all that great.
It doesn't seem to be working very well at all. And you've got people like Mark Elias and others that are working 24 hours a day. That's all they do is they craft and create and devise lawsuits to go after Donald Trump. Most of them are frivolous. Most of them should find the attorneys being sought to pay money. They should find these attorneys for filing frivolous lawsuits. That never happens, though. Maybe it will in the future. But they keep swinging and they keep missing. And it's kind of actually a bit entertaining, Sam. I'm not going to kid you. It's kind of fun to watch. Oh, they whiffed again. And I look at it, oh, they whiffed again. I mean, it used to be they won all the time. But it's not that way anymore. It just shows you how desperate some of these lawsuits have become, wouldn't you say?
Well, I'm glad you bring this up because they are frivolous, and the only way they ever get to first base or second base is because Mark Elias goes out there and forum shops. He picks judges that he knows are going to be friendly. He goes to courts where there's a high likelihood of scoring, a Barack Obama or Biden appointed trial judge. That judge then quickly, does Elias's bidding, does the Democratic Party's bidding, but it goes up into the courts of appeal. And you're noticing it's not just the Supreme Court, it's the appellate level courts below the Supreme Court that are striking this stuff down. So it really goes to show you just how nuts some of this stuff is. And the problem is, to your point, yes, the lawyers that are filing this, the parties that are filing this should be sanctioned. I agree with that. But it's going to go back to that trial court judge that they drew in the first place. It's, a friendly judge. So it's probably not going to happen. But in either event, I mean, it's good news for Trump. It's good news for America. And it, like you, it gives me great pleasure.
Yeah, the bad news for the Democrats on the legal front is this. There are at least 3 grand juries seated right now, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, from what I understand, that are looking at all of these events around Russiagate and Hillary Clinton and all the people involved there from the Steele dossier on down. And I'm going to tell you this, Sam, there's some real serious legal ramifications coming out from this. 3 different grand juries. They're not indicting grand juries, but they're sifting out what's right, what's wrong, what's real, what's not. And it's not a good time to be a Democrat. That's why you look at people like Adam Schiff. They're all lawyered up so they can play games with lawsuits here and there, and they can continue to whiff and lose because some real serious legal jeopardy, I believe, is on its way. Your thoughts?
Well, look at just today's news with Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve. I mean, it's pretty nakedly obvious that she signed 2 mortgage documents 2 weeks apart for 2 different properties in 2 different states, alleging or claiming under penalty of perjury that both were her primary residence. That's not good. And the theories, the novel legal theories used to prosecute Trump down in Fulton County, Georgia, and particularly up in New York State, Letitia James, who herself has now some mortgage problems. This was all, they were always grasping at straws when it came to Trump. And now, the Trump administration has come in, and these chickens are coming home to roost for the Democrats. Because I don't think, had they never picked this fight with Trump in the first place, I don't know if any of this would be happening. But game on.
You know what it tells me?
And yeah.
Here's what it tells me, Sam. In that 4 years that he was on the bench, Donald Trump sharpened his legal team on all levels, civil, criminal, all of this. Because, you go back 4 or 5 years, the Democrats would routinely win all of these things. They're not routinely winning anything anymore. And in fact, they're getting schooled oftentimes, which means that the Republicans finally figured out how to play in the not just in the court of public opinion, but in the court of law. Real quickly, last word to you.
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think they've been planning this methodically for the last 4 years, and they know exactly where to look and what to do.
Sure do. Sam, always good talking to you, my friend. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Keep cool there. It's 108 in Vegas today, he says. Good grief. That's a bit warm for a guy like me. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is, and you should know that every day. Plus, answers to the America's Voice question today. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk halting his plans for a new political party in favor of backing a possible presidential run of J.D. Vance? Whoa! We'll be back.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, what makes America wonderful? I do it every day with the hope that you leave here with a smile on your face. Today's story comes to us from Las Vegas, Nevada, where someone in hard times was rewarded handsomely for offering to give a helping hand. Angelie Pilkerton was approached by a stranger in a Walmart, was asked for $1 to buy some groceries, and without hesitation, Pinkerton gave three, showcasing her generous spirit. Here's $3. What Pilkerton didn't realize was the fact that she was being featured on a kindness test hosted by that TikToker Jimmy Darts. And after Angelie passed the initial test, Jimmy got to know her a bit more and found out she was a kindergarten teacher who unfortunately has fighting stage 4 cancer, with treatments coming in at over $1,000 a month, and while raising 3 children as well. Inspired by her willingness to show kindness even while facing such tribulations, Jimmy Darts took it upon himself to open a GoFundMe and urged his fans to donate to help with the cost of Pinkerton's cancer treatment. Ultimately, the fans came through. The fundraising effort has gathered over $116,000. Kindness pays, and using a platform to make an impact on someone's life is indicative of the people who make America wonderful. It's a good story, isn't it? Got to smile, don't you? All right, your America's Voice question today. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk halting his plans for a new political party in favor of backing a possible presidential run by J.D. Vance in 2028? Let me start with this. I told you so. I told you Elon Musk would get nowhere with a third party. Nowhere. I didn't tell you that he was going to back J.D., but most of the prophecy is right, the part that matters. Deborah Fowle wrote this. I think he got over whatever bothered him, and he probably took a poll, then decided it wasn't worth pursuing a new political party, not to mention it wouldn't work. Scott King, I think he did his job of distracting the Democrats so Trump could do what he was elected to do, and now he's done. Maybe, maybe not. Mike McLaughlin, good move for us and Elon. Perhaps he sees how bad Governor Gav is looking. Yeah, you fled California there, Elon. Lori Holbrook, good move, Elon. Backing JD for 2028 is good for all of us. Now, I don't know that he's full in on this, so don't get too carried away yet. We got to temper your enthusiasm. Mark Connor, I think Elon is a good man. I think he realizes that if the Democrats ever get back in power, it's bad not only for him, but for the whole country, and I would add for the whole world. And Mike Foshi has this. I believe this country needs a third party. Elon jumped the gun and in so doing got carried away. As for him supporting JD, a good thing. I would agree. What do you think about a third party? I would be okay with it. You know, when Abraham Lincoln won, there were 4 parties in the race. 4. Abraham Lincoln only got 39% of the vote, if you didn't know. So, yeah, multiple parties can work in America. It's good to have you here. Remember to follow me on all the social media platforms, being X, Elon's thing, Facebook, Truth, Getter, all of them. So you can answer the question of the day, and maybe you'll be featured right here. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. to start the broadcast day on Real America's Voice with the Steve Gruber Show. Hot coffee, hot conversation, and then back for AVL.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Day 37 on the ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. And here's the thing. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the great flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
Oh, you want to show them the food situation? All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. The lions are jealous. Sorry, guys, this bowl's mine.
Good thing I stocked up on 4 Patriot survival food. My neighbor Methuselah taught me to prep.
Quick, before the Wi-Fi cuts out. Buy 1 4-week food kit, get 1 free. Your family will thank you. 4patriots.com.
Wait, they deliver here. Now that's fast service.
I told you guys it was good.
Buy 1 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, folks, look at this bell. Guess what? That is not at Broad and Wall in New York City. Folks, I know exactly what this is. This is amazing. This is really cool. That's Greg Abbott ringing the bell, New York Stock Exchange, Texas. The New York NYSE, let's call it NYSE, opened up. Look at this shot panning out. They opened up a Texas exchange. Fantastic. Good on you, Jeff Sprecher, the founding chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, well, of the company that became the New York Stock Exchange. Awesome stuff. All right, for the Dow, not bad. Let me tell you why it's not bad, because earlier in the day, everything was way down. I don't know what was going on. Tech stocks were getting smashed. Palantir getting smashed. NVIDIA getting smashed. They made a nice recovery, not fully, but so Dow ended up a little 35, S&P down 12 or so, NASDAQ $1.25 lower. Not big moves. They were substantially deeper in the hole earlier in the day. This happened in the last hour and a half. It came roaring back. That was an interesting shot of the New York Stock Exchange opening up in Texas. That was Texas Stadium, by the way, with Jerry Jones there. VIX, quiet. Gold up a touch. Oil up 80 cents. We don't want to see that. Bitcoin and other cryptos had a little bit of a better day today. Bitcoin back up to 114,000 plus. It had dipped into the 112 level, 113 overnight. Guys, your XRP bounced a little back, up 8 cents to $2.98. Ethereum 43.38. All right. Nut job leftist lunatics, right? So Trump is cleaning up Washington, D.C. J.D. Vance, along with Pete Hegseth, along with Stephen Miller, go to D.C. just to say, you know what, guys, D.C., we care about you. We're cleaning the place up. Look at how the crowd of, weirdos greeted J.D. Vance.
If you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. in just the past 9 days, we've seen a 35% reduction in violent crime. We've seen over a 50% reduction in robberies. We are seeing really substantial effects because these guys are busting their ass. So I wanted to come here, highlight what they're doing, say thank you in person, obviously pass out a few burgers, but most of all, just send a message to the American people. Look, we don't have to live like this. We do not have to allow our cities to be taken over by violence and disorder and by chaos. You can actually do stuff. You can actually bring law and order to communities. You've just got to have the political willpower to do it.
Completely disrespecting the Vice President of the United States, the Chair, the Secretary of Defense, and also senior advisor to the president. They're nuts. Look at what happened in Boston yesterday as well. You're not going to believe this. I had to see it, so you got to see this. This is somehow the way the Democrats think they're going to get the voters back. Listen to this. I don't don't even know what to call it. Watch.
Everybody, hoo-hoo-ya, hoo-hoo-ya.
Well, that little gag at the end was not. That was legit. They were like, I don't know. Somehow they're going to bring out the vote with that. All right. Our first guest, the former CIA covert operations officer, now CEO of Portman Square Group. He also has a great daily podcast, The President's Daily Brief, it's called. You want to hear that every day. Happy to have back Mike Baker to the show. Mike, just to walk us through this, I guess, this little breath that we're taking post last Friday in Anchorage, Alaska with Putin, with Zelensky, yesterday and the other day with the EU world leaders. And where are we? Because Russia certainly has not slowed down their strikes, right. And especially they're even approaching some of the borders that NATO may be a little nervous about.
Yeah, they not only have they not slowed down, they actually increased. They had shortly after the EU leaders and Zelensky met with Trump at the White House, Russia launched its largest aerial assault on Kyiv for the month of August, right? And that came hot on the heels of a massive aerial assault that they launched on Monday of the week. So, yeah, it's hard to tell really where we stand at this point because nobody's inside Putin's head. And his position is really, frankly, the only one that matters, right? The EU leaders, Zelensky, President Trump, the Trump administration, they're all in line. They all want peace. They want the conflict to end. I would argue that Putin isn't there. He doesn't want it to end because he feels like he's still got the upper hand. And I think as long as the Trump administration is willing to... Go ahead,
I'm asking because, I watch and I know Trump, he's the big dog in the room, certainly with Zelensky and the EU. But for this all to go down and then Putin to step up his campaign against Zelensky, I know he's making a point, but is it a point to America or is it to Zelensky and the EU?
It's to everybody. Putin's not differentiating as far as who he's sending his message out to. Look, the reality here is that the only thing that's going to get Putin to negotiate seriously is significant damage to his key source of revenue, to oil and gas. Right. Now, the Ukrainians are doing their part. During the month of August, they've degraded Russia's energy capability, their oil and gas capabilities by attacking their infrastructure inside Russia. They've degraded that capacity by about 22%. That's significant, right? But what needs to happen is in concert with that, and we keep delaying this. And I guess this is the one area that I'm just not clear on why the White House is doing this. We need to impose the maximum pressure that President Trump keeps alluding to and keeps threatening. And I think he feels as if maybe the threat will be enough to move Putin. I don't believe it will. But we need to put those maximum sanctions on their oil and gas. We need to slap secondary tariffs on China. China's the number one consumer of Russian oil and gas. India's number two. Now we've placed secondary tariffs on India. But it looks like the White House is very skittish about doing that to China because they're still in the process of U.S.-China trade negotiations. And Putin sees that, so he understands that likely won't happen.
Mike Baker, former CIA operative, let's call it that way. Don't we have intel inside Russia, inside Moscow, to find out what's what Putin is what his game plan is here? Is he going to wait for that territory to be offered to him, cut a deal, and stop, or does he have grander plans?
Yeah, no, you raise a really important point. Look, it's not just Putin, but understanding the plans and intentions, right? The motivations of a world leader, right? In an environment like Russia. I mean, some places are much easier to operate than others, right? France, wherever. But in Russia, and this goes the same for Iran, for China, for North Korea, understanding those plans and intentions with certainty is very difficult. And over the past 3 years, in part because they've had so many issues on the Russian side in terms of command structure, he's getting more and more paranoid. So that circle of close advisors has been shrinking for some time. That means from an operational perspective, your target pool is less and less in terms of who you can hit in terms of, okay, what is he thinking? Who are your potential recruitment targets? So that his inner circle's been shrinking. But again, unless he really feels the pain at this stage, his troops, it's costly, and he's got over 1 million casualties on the Russian side, but his troops are making some progress in the east side. So I think he's just thinking, well, look, the longer this takes, the more territory I get. And his demands haven't changed over the past couple of years.
What's the next? Okay, so they do or they don't do a trilateral meeting. The next step my concern is Trump has always said we're not going to get involved in these wars, and then we bombed Iran to help out Israel. He said we're not going to. It's going to be on you, Zelensky. But then there was a little bit of nudging when he said that. Let's talk about potentially an Article 5 like protection for Ukraine. That needle keeps moving. It's called the goal line keeps moving, and I'm very concerned about. I don't want to be part of any Article 5. I don't even want to be part of NATO, but I call myself a protectionist. But do we run that risk?
Well, we do, and I think that's one reason why the White House is being so cautious, right? And I suspect that the U.S. guarantee, not from the EU, but on the U.S. side, that guarantee for whatever that security guarantee may look like, that potentially gets put on paper and signed in, Zelensky said possibly the next week and a half. From a U.S. side, I think it's going to be fairly benign. I don't think there's going to be a lot to it. And Mike, Trump has already said that most of this will rely on the Europeans.
Article 5, which says that if any member of NATO gets attacked, all of NATO must protect. But he said there would be a U.S. security detail, not NATO security detail. A U.S. That scares the heck out of me for a lot of young guys who are now going, am I going to have to get involved in something that is nasty? That war is a nasty war.
Oh, no, this is ever since World War II. Europe hasn't seen something like this. Yeah. And I think that, Trump has talked about air support, in the event of a no-fly zone or possible missile defense systems being sent over. He said very clearly no boots on the ground. I think everybody agrees with that. But what that means is you've got a sort of, we'll go up to this point, but not further. Now, the EU is not in that position. The EU wants very solid, concrete, specific security guarantees for Ukraine, as does obviously Zelensky and the Ukrainian military and government. But Putin watches all of this, right? And he sees, what the U.S. is thinking. And that's his primary concern is, okay, what is Trump thinking? What is he likely to do? Then, okay, what is the EU thinking? And then, what can I get away with Zelensky? Again, to your very first question, where are we? We had some really interesting optics. It was a significant show of unity at the White House with the EU leaders and Zelensky and President Trump. But in terms of specifics, very little, right? So all of this is very unclear at this point.
Any thoughts on whether we will halt any sort of financial assistance to Ukraine now? And we have, and for the moment, but has that come back on the table?
I think we're going to continue. I think there was already the $10 billion package, EU purchasing U.S. weapons, direct trade over to Kyiv, and now they're talking about upping that to $90 billion. And look, you can argue, right? If you love the military-industrial complex, hey, that's a big win for the complex. Because there'll be a lot of orders pouring into manufacturers here in the U.S. I think that what everybody agrees, if you don't provide that support, then the ceasefire peace talks are useless because Putin will just say, okay, fine, I'm going to win this war of attrition. I'll have the entire country. Thank you.
Yep.
And
I
think we have to be careful about that.
I'm not sure I buy that. I think the guy has made his point. He if he gets the Crimea region, Donbass, and that other eastern Ukraine, he can walk away and say, yeah, we lost a lot, but we got a lot. We got territory. We got people who want to be part of Russia anyway. It doesn't seem like everyone thinks I'm crazy. It doesn't seem like he wants to take Ukraine, then Poland, then Belarus. And maybe I'm wrong. I just don't see him. I think he just needed to do a flex, and he wins if he walks away with some territory. And Zelensky said, no, we're not giving up an inch. So
your thinking could be right. I mean, because again, nobody's inside Putin's head. So your argument is just as valid as the argument on the other side that says, look, given the opportunity, he's taken the entire country, right? But if you're Ukrainian, you don't want to take that risk, right? You don't want to pay that gamble. And I think, sure, if he takes a Donbass, look, he wants territory that he doesn't even hold right now.
Right.
And he wants Crimea.
And there's a huge nuclear plant. There's a monster nuclear plant that both sides would love to keep Russia get their hands on. Mike, I got to jump, brother. Always good having you on. President's Daily Brief is the podcast. It's a great one, folks. You got to watch that as well. Mike, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, man. Talk to you soon.
All right, friends. If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline or your books are cooked, a mess. Don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. 25% just because you didn't file. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. You got messy books, no problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it all up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You got to call them, folks. You got to call them. You get a free consultation. If you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe completely to the IRS. More importantly, they'll help protect you from those nasty wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your issues. We will be back 2.5 minutes.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, next guest. I'm really glad to have her back. Political strategist and campaign advisor who was a Democrat but could no longer stay on the left. She made the switch to the Republican Party and now fights against the corrupt Democrats. We're happy to welcome back Lindy Lee. Lindy, good to get you back, my friend. The story, we've been talking about it for a while now. This Harjinder Singh guy, an illegal who got a CDL, commercial driver's license in the state of California, killed 3 people, they wanted to hold him in Florida for vehicular homicide. Somehow got back to California. Somehow, we don't know that. We're trying to figure that out. But Lindy, some new news came out today about this Singh guy. He failed an English test. He had a CDL from California, but he got one in Washington State as well. He failed an English test, which you need for a CDL. He failed. He missed 10 out of 12 questions reading street signs. Readings, 10 out of 12 he missed. And also he was pulled over in New Mexico and the state troopers there let him go for some stupid reason, realizing that he couldn't speak English, should not be driving a truck on American roads. The system broke down everywhere, Lindy, but Gavin Newsom seems to want to back this. Gavin's trying to make this political about him versus Trump. Your thoughts on this whole situation?
Eric, thank you for having me. And I just want to say this is the stuff that pisses me off as a naturalized American. My family and I came here the right way. We came here from England. We applied. We followed all the rules. We've created hundreds of American jobs. Obviously, we know how to speak English. This guy, I'm sure, can't even pass a citizenship test, which I think we should make harder. It's just completely anathema to everything that we believed in. These people come into our country and desecrate all of our laws, all of our norms, have no respect for American culture. They might even hate our country. These people are honestly the same people burning our flags and setting cars on fire.
You know, I'm shocked that the state of Florida, the people who caught him here, or wherever that accident was, and we're going to keep showing that because I want you really, folks, I want you to really see how this guy has absolutely no remorse. That car just slammed into his truck. He made an illegal turn. It says for official use only. He took it anyway, unofficially, took the turn. The 3 people were killed instantly in that car. He's standing around there, no remorse whatsoever, just kind of standing there. It's shocking. It's shocking. Lindy, allow me to read Gavin Newsom's tweet just hours after this happened because there's an uproar. People started pointing the finger at California. Gavin Newsom's tweet, hey, genius, the government, federal government, Trump administration, made it political right off the top, Lindy. Already confirmed that this guy meets federal and state immigration requirements. You issued him a work permit. As usual, Trump administration is either lying or clueless. And then the stuff hit the fan because the Homeland Security got in touch with Gavin Newsom. Tricia McLaughlin was on the show yesterday, and she tweeted this immediately. Hey, false. Harjinder Singh is in the United States illegally. His work authorization was rejected under the Trump administration in 2020. It was later approved under the Biden administration in 2021. State of California issues commercial driver's license. There is no national CDL. Sincerely, genius. Mic drop on that for her. But Democrats, Lindy, you used to be part of that party. Democrats don't have any policies to win. Their only policy seems to be orange man bad, and at the top of that list is Gavin Newsom.
Exactly. And Eric, frankly, I'm ashamed that I was a part of that cabal. People who have no respect for the American people. You know, taxpayers work so hard, and our money is going to fund people like this murderer, essentially. I mean, this is just completely despicable. And just today, we saw out of Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker is now paying for everyone's education, including illegal aliens. Why is our money going towards illegal aliens when we have Americans on the street
so let me do this.
needing help?
Lindy,
why are we not taking care of
you and I have
people?
combated each other before, and I really I think you're a really, really good person. Your heart's in the right place. Here's when you were a Democrat, which was up until very late in the 2024 cycle, presidential election cycle. When you're a Democrat, what was the rationale behind what Pritzker is doing? Give education away to illegals, give CDLs and driver's license. What was the mental rationale? What was the point they were trying to make? And was it really just to get them to come over and become Democrat voters?
There's that. I also want to say I protested as this was going on. You know what they called me? They called me a racist. They're like, you're pulling the ladder up from under you. Well, actually, no, because my family came the right way. We've created hundreds of American jobs. We built a beautiful business here. America's the best thing that ever happened to me. I love this country so much. So no, I am not like the illegal aliens. I actually respected American law.
No, but
when
not
I
you,
protested
Lindy,
as a Democrat, they told me that I was a bigot.
I'm giving you credit for coming to the right side, for seeing the light and realizing that Americans don't love those policies, and they proved it in 2024 in the election. The totals are we don't need to go over them again. But while you were in the deep, in the stuff, as they say, while you're in the weeds with them, how did they rationalize all these bad things happening? Higher murder rates among illegals. How did they rationalize that internally?
They would tell me in response to my protests that historically speaking, white Americans actually commit more crimes. That's what they would say again and again.
I
don't even
more,
think that's true,
and there it is.
It's
a statistic. Of course, more, because white Americans are 83% of the country. There, of course, there's going to be more.
Right, they should adjust for population.
Now, if you do the murder rate, violent crime rate, rape rate, illegals blow any other demographic out of the water.
I mean, I'm completely with you. You're preaching to the choir. And I've been assaulted on the streets of Philadelphia. Actually, people think that I suddenly switched. I think, this has been a years-long process for me. I would just be standing outside on the curb, listening to like Justin Timberlake or whatever, and they get assaulted. Someone threw rocks at my head just for standing there. Welcome to Philadelphia. There are George Soros.
They may have been throwing rocks at you for listening to Justin Timberlake. But I digress. I'm sorry. You can finish the thought.
I'm sorry. I'm a early aughts pop girl. I love Britney and everything.
It kind of wrecks me in the way that hearing James Comey yesterday call himself a Swiftie. Anyway.
Oh, God, no, I'm not a Swiftie, but I do love my Britney. Well, all right. Back when she was okay.
We love having Lindy Lee on, and because she's a good sport, I didn't tell her what the game was. I said we'd play a little game. Lindy, you ready to have a little fun here?
No.
You ready?
Oh, God.
You ready? It's a little game we call... Well, we're going to put 3 pictures up, and you have to decide, and you have to be honest. You have to just be honest as much as you can. I know you're engaged and you have a wonderful soon-to-be husband, but you have to play this game. Who of these folks would you date? Who would you debate? And who would you
I like
deport?
this. I love white men.
Date, debate, deport. Take a look. All right, Lindy.
Oh my gosh, that's a great photo of you.
Wait a minute,
Bannon is not my type.
This is So you have to pick one.
This is.
I will date this one. I'll debate this one. I'll deport.
I would date you for sure out of the 3. I mean, without a question. But you're taken. Charlie, I would debate. But Bannon, I actually agree with him on a lot of things, including the
you got to deport one.
So
got to deport one.
I don't want to deport Bannon. I think we need him here. There's no one here. I would
debate him or date him.
We need these people.
You got to pick one. You can't leave one category blank. I guess I could be deported. I'm expendable, right?
No, you're not. No, you're a national treasure. We need you here. I like this game, actually. We should do more of this.
I was sure, and the guys in the control room were sure you were going to deport me because of the interaction we had last time on air. They thought you'd get rid of me for that.
No, that's actually a really hot picture of you. That's really good. I love it. Also, your new profile picture, I love.
Lindy, I love you too. I gotta go. Please tell your fiance I said hello, and I will tell my wife you said hello too.
All right, sounds good.
Really good to talk to you. Next time we'll talk a little bit more geopolitics.
No, this is exactly the kind of content we need.
That's all right.
Actually,
Lindy Lee, everybody. Lindy Lee. All right, folks.
Bye, guys.
By the way, give our toll-free number a call. Why don't you put that toll-free number up and tell us, maybe put that picture back up too, Mad Dog. So it's 888-601-0032. Who would you date, debate, or deport? Draw up that picture. Let's see what they would date, debate, deport. What are you going to do? All right. There we go. Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve. Big week in the Fed this week. On Friday, they're going to talk about interest rate interest rates going forward. They're going to move the market. So is this putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action this time and at the right time, or are we going to be looking at potential economic slowdowns? Now, what does this mean, most importantly, for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. I do. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. That's exactly what I do. First, you must get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word America to the number 989898. Again, that's America. Text it to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. I do. You must. You should. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can protect yourself and stay ahead for yourself. All right, you've been asking, you've been saying something's coming. Something big is coming. Well, watch this. The fire doesn't destroy you. It forges you. I've lived where the heat never stops. Pro baseball fields, open outcry pits, and the anchor chair. Pressure isn't the enemy, it's the test. Only the strong withstand it. Only the ready rise through it. The Edge isn't just a brand, it's the spark in men who've been holding back too long. September, the Edge is coming.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Well, if this isn't the most ridiculous thing you've seen all week, I think it is, and that's saying a lot. So NBC is so rattled by its association with MSNBC that they're now relegated to being called, wait for it,
we will become MS Now, which stands for My Source for News, Opinion, and the World. And look, Andrew, they even have a graphic up. I like it.
There it is.
Actually,
the new logo.
It looks very sporty.
Wait. Sporty, you say, Joe Scarborough, MS Now. Seriously, more like BS now, right? And what in the fresh hell is this motto, by the way? My source for news, opinion, and the world. What world is that exactly? The magical world of Democrat delusion? This rebrand may be one of the more pathetic rebrands attempted by the leftist machine, and that's saying a lot. Americans ain't buying it. Let's face it, it's been a win after win for President Trump and, by the way, the American people. I'm not just talking about all the peace deals he's brokered or the fact that America is so back, so very much respected and running the show again. Every single day we wake up to new wins in the golden age of America. Stephen Colbert, fired, win. Howard Stern, fired, win. Jim Acosta, gone, winning. Lester Holt, gone, winning. Chuck Todd, gone, winning. PBS defunded, NPR defunded, win. USAID, gone, win. White people are allowed to be in TV commercials again. Who'd have thunk? And one of the biggest wins of the world, Rosie O'Donnell and Ellen DeGeneres left America. Win. Alligator Alcatraz exists. ABC had to give President Trump $17 million for lying about Trump. The Associated Press had to cut back 8% of their workforce. CNN ratings are cratering in a week-to-week death spiral, and now MSNBC is no more. Winning. Not tired of it. You? Well, not so fast. They're trying to pull a fast one on us again. And it may be the worst hoax since the Russia collusion hoax. So we're not counting this as a victory just yet. After a free fall in ratings, they're desperately trying to rebrand themselves. So the people who kept Joyless Reed on the air for far too long really want you to believe that somehow they've learned their lesson and there's a new road ahead for MS. Hey, MS, now, question for you. Does this Jen Psaki still work for you?
Because what's happening right now is a hostile takeover of the U.S. government. There's no other way to describe it. And it's not a takeover at the hand of Trump alone. I mean, this takeover is also happening at the direction of his unelected best friend, Elon Musk. His latest target was the United States Agency for International Development. And that agency is the one that not only leads on humanitarian assistance around the world, but also works to combat corruption and foreign aid programs. It's a big part of what they do. I kind of see how that could make Elon Musk a bit uncomfortable.
Guess what? She still does. Circle Back still works there. And if Circle Back still works there, it's not really a worldview now, is it? Nice try. Next question, does this guy, Al Sharpton, still work for you at MSNBC?
I was I'm talking for myself, I was deeply disappointed to learn yesterday that while the Trump administration was arresting you for standing up for migrants, they were also finalizing plans to fly white South Africans that they are calling refugees to the United States on State Department charter flights starting next week. They are organizing what White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller calls a large-scale relocation effort for these white migrants from South Africa, even while they're terrorizing other mostly non-white migrants who have been here for years.
That scoundrel still works at MS now. Well, no chance for a rebranding there if Mr. Trump is racist still works there. That's all he got. Al Sharpton, Trump's racist. That's all he has in that bobblehead of his. Next question, does Rachel Maddow still work for your network?
I just want to underscore what you just said there, that you were told by the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador that they have received no request from the White House or from the Justice Department, from any other entity in Washington, asking them to take any steps to obtain the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia.
I may be the first member of Congress here, the first senator, but I can assure you more will be coming. And you cannot continue to keep this man locked up in this worst prison in El Salvador, and one of the worst in the hemisphere, when he hasn't committed a crime.
Well, the network that loves illegals and MS-13 gang interesting, 13 gang members more than it loves its own citizens, wants America to believe that having these people on is ever going to make them a source for news and the world. They're nuts. Next question. Does Nicole Wallace still work there?
Is a constitutional crisis now officially upon us? From the invocation of an 18th century law that was the basis for some of the darkest chapters in America's history, things like the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, now being used to deport hundreds of people, to the sudden removal of an immigrant doctor here legally Both moves, seemingly, from what we know at this hour, at the time in open defiance of court orders.
The channel that thinks it's a constitutional crisis to protect Americans is never going to be a source for news and the world. But this is what Democrats like to do. They take something failing or reviled and give it another name to fool people, to somehow make it more digestible. I don't know, raging inflation, they called it transitory inflation. See how they did that? They really think that Americans are somehow that stupid. They think we will forget somehow. Years of shilling for Democrats left them bankrupt in credibility and viewers. Scandals, mass layoffs, and cratering ratings prove it. They were never journalism, just Democrat propaganda, and President Trump utterly exposed them all. George Orwell once said, quote, "Illusions don't end when we stop believing them. They end when reality makes belief impossible." For at least a decade, and more than that, since MSNBC was established just over 29 years ago. But for the post-Trump escalator era, this channel has been a mouthpiece for the Democrat Party. The illusions they happily pushed on the American people run across every single Democrat lie. Russia collusion, Russia disinformation, inflation is not really inflation, and illegal is not really an illegal, and Joe Biden is the fittest he's ever been. Right, Joe?
But comparing that guy's mental state, I've said it for years now, he's cogent. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been. Intellectually, analytically, because he's been around for 50 years.
And that guy, Joe Scarborough, is still there with his sidekick, Mika? Yeah, Mika. Sorry, I don't care what you call it. MS is now still a big fat MS no for me. Pathetic. Nice try, though. All right, folks. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes. We got some good stuff coming up next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Well, we've been saying here for a long time, for months, that the Democrat Party is dead in the water, even before these pitiful ratings came out, proving that the party is down down and down. Between the woke and the DEI and the support for illegal immigration, the grooming of our children, America is done with that party. But it's actually shocking to see someone like Joe Scarborough have a meltdown about, and I have to say, I'm really enjoying the show when he does stuff like this.
Like, you're trying to do everything to distract the American people from the fact that you're screwing up on job one. And job one is helping working Americans and helping the middle class afford their lives and build a life where their children are going to live better than them. That's the American dream. And you have done nothing but play politics over the past year and a half. It's really not that hard to do.
We'll see.
Try that. Cut and paste.
He's upset. Poor Joey Scarborough's upset. Drink some coffee, Joe. But it gets even better when Scarborough goes off on Gavin Newsom for his little sideshow of pretending to care about America when it's obviously just that, a show, because of his ridiculous dream of becoming president.
Gavin Newsom, he wants to own Donald Trump. He wants to be Donald Trump light. You can't be Donald Trump light. Hey, Gavin, talk into the camera and talk about making life more affordable, not only for people in California, but if you want to talk about people in New Hampshire, our people in Iowa, our people in South Carolina, they would like to know how their lives can be more affordable, not how you can own Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay. And look at this tweet. It's so pathetic. How much he's trying to be Donald Trump. It's incredible. Gavin Newsom, I realized at some point, like Gavin Newsom, his only go-to is, I hate Trump as much as the rest of you Democrats that are voting for me. I mean, it's incredible. They have no policy. There's nothing that's working in California that, if you were to expand it on a national level, would make this country better and make it worse. And so instead, he's going to go with, I hate Trump. And he's literally bubbling to the top of the Democrat ladder right now. He and Jasmine Crockett, with her foul mouth, who hate Trump the most, are the biggest leaders in the Democrat Party right now. It's not just MSNBC. The entire leftist media machine seems to be collapsing in on itself. And they're coming for Gavin Newsom. I'm telling you, Gavin, it's never going to happen with this guy. Watch.
Do Democrats want it? Okay, do Democrats want it? This, I think, is the trend line that I think says it all. Democrats want their leaders to what? Try to stop the GOP or work with the GOP? You go back to 2017, you see here, work with the GOP took the cake at 74% compared to just 23% who said to try and stop the GOP. But now I'm going to come over to your side of the screen, Laura. Look at 2025. I'm coming as close as I can. 57% say they want the Democratic leaders to try and stop the GOP compared to just 42% who say they want them to work with the GOP. That is a major shift.
And there lies the problem. Instead of coming up with ideas that help the country, make it better, build on Trump's successes, they just want to say he was wrong. And the successes are racking up. The cost of living is going down. Quality of life is going up. Places getting safer. Americans are getting the jobs that other people were taking, illegals were taking. Stop it, Gavin Newsom. Americans are tired of your Trump derangement syndrome. All right, Mrs. Newsom is clearly in on her husband's performative antics, crying snowflake tears about deporting illegals.
Shame on them for choosing cruelty, for terrifying families, ruining children's lives, just to make a political point. Whose interpretation of Christian values is this? What happened to being the party of family values? This shouldn't be about politics. This should be about people, their well-being, our shared humanity. If you could see these families, hear from them, these moms, their children. Today I heard from community members who have lost loved ones to suicide because of the trauma and pain being inflicted on the immigrant community. If you looked into their eyes, you would understand, you would feel it. You would know this was wrong. We have to do better.
Nice try with the crocodile fake tears, and I didn't see any tears coming down. You go like this and say you're going to cry. I have a question for you, Mrs. Christian Values. You're worried about Mrs. Newsom. Ask your husband where he stands on abortion. I don't know. Maybe you stop crying a little bit, right? That's what I thought. Shut up. And they wonder why their polling is so low. Clowns like Eric Swalwell continue to say ridiculous things to anyone who will listen. And as always, CNN loves to listen to Swalwell.
Who is this guy? Is he a publicist for slavery, like a lobbyist on behalf of like slavery? It doesn't make any sense that he would want to erase one of the ugliest things that's ever happened in America and educate our children, especially about how we make sure it doesn't happen again. He's done the same thing with another ugly day in America, January 6th. He's tried to erase that day and take the heroes of that day, the police officers, and make them the villains so that he also erases his own responsibility.
These are the clowns that want ICE officers to not to wear masks so that they're exposed. And all the software is so easy to tell a face where people live and get all their information. It's insane. You don't want to put our officers at risk like that. They're more than willing to let these, what they call peaceful protesters, burn down our cities with masks on. But God forbid you arrest someone and you're an ICE officer and you want your face covered because you don't want MS-13 or Tren del Agua to come after your family. They protect the wrong people, and that will always be the reason why Democrats will never win again. And yet another example of why America is done with the Democrat Party. We haven't talked about her in a long time, but I did mention her earlier. Jasmine Crockett never fails to come out with, guess what? The most racist comments available. But here she managed to take it to an even higher level and slander more than half of America while she's at it.
Most black people are not Republicans simply because we just is like, y'all racist. I can't hang out with the KKK in them. That's really what it is. But when we think about who we are as black people and we think about where we come from, most black people have very conservative values, right? But the reality is that, like, we just can't side with, like, the neo-Nazis in them. We not dealing with y'all like that, right?
So let me get this straight, Jasmine Crockett. If you're not black, you're a neo-Nazi. Is that what you're trying to say? That is a filthy, horrible lie. And it's probably why you're winning. That's probably why you could be the runner-up to Gavin Newsom or maybe even his vice president, because you say stupid crap like that. As long as you shoot the other side, that's all that matters anymore in politics. It's really getting disgusting. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. Just look around. Things are better. Everything's better right now. Our borders are getting more secure. We're spending less money, sending less money to foreign countries. Things are better. But Jasmine Crockett wants to tell you, if you're not black, you're a white supremacist. This needs some attention. More and more is coming out about just how far and wide the cover-up of Joe Biden's mental health decline really was, like we didn't already know. We know the media helped him, tried desperately and pathetically to hide it and help him. But look at this. Why did Sherry Redstone do it? The media mogul spoke at length. A New York Times article right there about Paramount's settlement with President Trump says that the folks at Paramount, which owns CBS, by the way, were well aware that Biden was basically sleeping through his interview. This is from 2023. This is a part of the interview that they edited and tried to cover it all up. Watch.
Mr. President, given these two wars and the dysfunction in Congress, are you sure that you want to run again?
Yes, because I'm sure, look, when I ran, I said the world's at an inflection point. The world's changing, but we have an opportunity to make it. So imagine if we were able to succeed in getting the Middle East put in place where we have normalization of relations. I think we can do that. Imagine what happens if we, in fact, unite all of Europe and Putin is finally put down where he cannot cause the kind of trouble he's been causing. We have enormous opportunities to make it a better world.
Wow. Dodged a bullet. Turns out Scott Pelley of 60 Minutes told his bosses that Biden, quote, seemed drowsy and had to be prodded to answer. And they did everything in their power to hide that from the people, folks. Journalism is supposed to hold truth to power. You're supposed to be exposing things that could affect everyone watching, not hiding so that you can get that guy back into office. And who knows what the hell would have happened. All right, before we go to break, I want you to take a look at The Edge. Now, let me just tell you something about The Edge. You've been asking what's next. This is The Edge, folks, right here.
The fire doesn't destroy you, it forges you. I've lived where the heat never stops. Pro baseball fields, open outcry pits, and the anchor chair. Pressure isn't the enemy, it's the test. Only the strong withstand it. Only the ready rise through it. The Edge isn't just a brand, it's the spark in men who've been holding back too long. September, The Edge is coming.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Day 37 on the ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. And here's the thing. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the great flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
Oh, you want to show them the food situation? All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. The lions are jealous. Sorry, guys, this bowl's mine.
Good thing I stocked up on 4 Patriot survival food. My neighbor Methuselah taught me to prep.
Quick, before the Wi-Fi cuts out. Buy 1 4-week food kit, get 1 free. Your family will thank you. 4patriots.com. Wait, they deliver here. Now that's fast service.
I told you guys it was good. Buy 1 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Great part of the show. So much fun. Voicemails, there's the number, 888-601-0032. I'll listen to them all. In fact, why don't you call in? Let me know what you think about Lindy Lee's little date, debate, deport segment, or what you think about any of the other stuff that you're watching right now, and I'll listen to them all. Here are a couple from the last few days or so. So, Ben, why don't you shoot us, just start with 1 or 2. And I think we were talking about the edge going out. So go ahead.
Eric, after analyzing your personality, I can't help but believe that you don't have some type of musical interest, but you've never said anything on the air. At first I thought you were a drummer, but then I thought, well, maybe he's a guitar player. So if you're doing something like that, let us know. I'd be very interested. Thank you, sir.
No, no, I don't have, I love music. Obviously, I love all types of music. No, I'm not very musically inclined. Just love every single genre of music. No, Edge is not about music. I mean, not directly about music. Another one, Benny?
Yes, sir. Here's another guess about the Edge.
Hello, Eric. This is Donovan from Mesa, Arizona. I bet you're going to talk about J.D. Vance taking the month to study UFOs. That's pretty out there. You'll have a great day.
You know, I love the UFO stories. Funny you say that, sir. I had no idea this was going to come up today. I think, Trish, don't we have a big UFO guest? A Harvard scientist who says there's a UFO barreling towards us, towards Earth. Harvard. I'm not just, yeah. So I'm fascinated by, yes, all things UFO. I'm fascinated by AI stuff. Benny, isn't there an AI voicemail in there somewhere?
Yes, there is. Give me one moment here.
Yep.
All right, gotcha. Here you are.
Hey, Eric, great show there. I watch it every day. This is Ted Cooper. I'm a computer professional. I'm just going to say we need to do something about regulating AI. It's out of control. We don't have any way of stopping it from infecting our computers. So we need some regulation at the national level. Not by China, but by the U.S.
Yeah, this is really, really fascinating. I mean, if you're watching what's going on, if you're watching ChatGPT and the other AI systems, literally systems out there, they are so advanced. They are so smart, and I just don't know how we stop them. Like, they actually are predicting our movements and things like that already. I don't know. I mean, there's wacky stuff they're talking about. These hybrid human robotic things that could happen. They'd be a lot stronger and smarter than us, faster. Good Lord, we really, really need to take that slow. And it feels like we're just barreling straight through time, getting to whatever the end game is really fast. And I think he's right. We should talk about regulation. Slow it down a little bit. No rush. We'll get there. Benny.
We have another guess about the edge.
Eric, Zach from Arizona. Hey, brother, love your show. Keep it up. The Edge, I like it. It's going to be some bowling special, I'm guessing. Keep up the good work, my friend. God bless America.
Thank you for calling. It's coming soon, under a month, about 3.5 weeks. We'll mid-September. I would say September 15th or 16th, but you will find out it's huge. It's huge. Benny, what do we got?
Hey, Eric Bolin, great show for watching from Alaska. And what do you think of the $50 million price on the head of the Venezuelan president when we have our own deep state criminals here we need to take care of? How about we take care of them first?
Great
Thanks.
idea.
Have a great day.
Great. Why are we spending $50 million US to get the Venezuelan president? I mean, I get the whole drug trafficking thing, but I don't know that we need to do that. We have a lot of people, a lot of folks here. The $50 million would go a long way along the border. I think $50 million would go a long way to some homeless veterans. $50 million to get one guy, and by the way, he probably won't extradite to here anyway. I don't know. Benny, another one.
Hey, Eric. Bill from Naples, Florida here. I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole immunity ruling with the president. I get in the official capacity and official duties of the office.
Yeah. Good question. So treason, punishable by death. If you've been granted immunity by the Supreme Court decision, maybe it comes back. Like, is treason the one outlier that won't be covered by immunity? And what happens? Well, he was in office at the time, so it would kind of technically still, Obama was during the Russiagate stuff, so technically would be covered by this immunity. I don't know what level. I don't know. There's death. There's a minimum of 5 years up to a maximum of life in prison, and there's monetary penalties for treason. I'm not sure what they would do. Benny, you have a quick one?
Listening to those that oppose us is the only way we're going to know how to fight them in the end. Have a great day and God bless.
So I remember this one. This is a while back. We had Chris Cuomo on, and a lot of you were really upset I brought Chris Cuomo on the show. I know Chris a long time. I never agreed with him in his politics. It was horrible. He was at CNN. I was at Fox. We combated politically. Not a bad guy, a smart guy, an attorney. His brother's Andrew Cuomo. His father was Mario Cuomo, former governor of New York. Decent guy. And I brought him on because she's right. I agree with this. Hear what they had to say so we know what they're up to, so we can keep an eye on them. I'm always in favor of that. We brought Lindy Leon, who used to be a Democrat. It's not bad to do that. Just listen to them. They're not going to sway you or my opinion, but we're going to know what they're thinking and where they're coming from, and therefore we will be able to beat them at their own game going forward. Hope you enjoyed it. Always love the voicemails. War Room's coming up next. We will see you tomorrow again, and I believe we have that guy, the Harvard guy, professor, is going to tell us all about this thing that's hurling itself towards Earth. If it doesn't crash into us tomorrow, we'll be back.
I think that Governor Newsom is absolutely showing us all a masterclass right now in how government social media should be functioning. It's funny, it's quick, it's culturally relevant, it's cutting through the noise, and it's landing. And it's sort of a win-win because it's energizing Democrats while really frustrating Republicans. They're sort of not sure how to react to someone meeting them where they are and copying their playbook. And Democrats really aren't used to someone standing up, calling Republicans out constantly and landing punch after punch after punch without flinching. And that's exactly what Governor Newsom's doing right now, and that's why it's just so exciting to see.
Just hours from now, Texas Republicans are poised to give Donald Trump exactly what he's been asking for, a new congressional map that adds 5 Republican seats to the U.S. House, a shift that could help lock in a GOP majority before a single vote is cast next year. Lawmakers are debating the new maps right now on the floor of the Texas House, and a final vote is expected in just a few hours. The Republican-drawn map breaks apart Democratic strongholds in Austin, Dallas, and Houston, while making the battleground districts in South Texas even redder.
You're right. It's provocative, it's ostentatious, and it meets the moment. You know, I think if you're looking for something for him to do that is intellectually stimulating, that's great. But what's better is that there's an emotional reaction, even if it's just a laugh, even if it's like that, that's crazy, because it got you to do something and react to politics in a way that you may not have done before. And it is true that it does hold up a mirror to what's happening on the right, because if you're saying to yourself, why the heck would he do that, Donald Trump? Why would he post that? Why would he do this? To be able to turn it back around and say, well, do you see how ridiculous this is? This is our politics today. Now, you're right. It is a campaign strategy. I don't know that this works a year from now. But for this moment, given all of the heavy stuff that we're dealing with, it does seem to be breaking through.
Apparently partisan ones drawn up mid-decade by Republicans at the request of Donald Trump, attempting to gobble up more seats in Congress. Of course, the truth of the matter is that today's long-awaited result is all but certain, barring lobotomy on the part of the Republicans or some sudden moral awakening. The GOP map in Texas will pass. But the victory for Democrats today may rest not on a near certain result in Texas, but in the fight and the grit and the awakening and the willingness to do whatever it takes now to save democracy and to be seen doing it. That's why images like this one from yesterday are so powerful. Texas Democrats ripping up permission slips, which amount to hall passes. They were made compulsory by Texas Republicans just for the privilege of leaving the building. Of course, the reason those passes were deemed necessary and the reason Texas troopers are following Democratic lawmakers around everywhere they go, including to the grocery store, is because those Democrats made the decision to leave the state, to leave Texas, to prevent Republicans from having a quorum.
Of this, making fun of Donald Trump, the trolling of Donald Trump, and also anybody who tries to come after him. He's been trolling Fox News, Dana Perino, who's been trolling Kid Rock. I mean, anybody who tries to come after him, he posts back just in the same way that Donald Trump does. How do you take that, though, and then say, this is satire, this is me trying to show you how ridiculous this is, but now listen to me be serious. Now listen to my policy.
Yeah, there's absolutely a way for him to do that. I think we saw this last week when he held his press conference on redistricting. He's moving forward with it. He's not all talk and not following it up with any action. And I'm sure that they'll continue to balance that, and it helps draw people in. So he's doing all of these crazy, ridiculous, fun things. It draws people in, and then they're going to see more of the serious from him. He's a very accomplished governor, so people are going to be seeing a lot more of that in their feeds.
So the people that are maybe seeing it, Adam, are they going to be beyond the Democrats? Is it going to be the folks the Democrats need? The Times had a great takeout today showing that voter registration for Democrats, and Basil, I'll get you on this, is plummeting. I mean, they're just hemorrhaging voters every single year. New registration for new voters. They're not coming out as Democratic. They're not ticking the Democratic box. So is this reaching those folks?
Yeah, what's interesting is I talked to a New Hampshire Democrat, Jim Demers, whose job it is with Stand Up New Hampshire to sort of bring some of these 2028 candidates to this early primary state. And he told me that in the context of redistricting, Newsom is really breaking through to Democratic primary voters there. They see him as a counterweight to Donald Trump. They see him as a Democrat who is fighting Trump. And this X account, I think, is of a piece with that. It's framing him as someone who is taking Trump head on. Two people in the arena. The White House is officially responding to it with their own memes. And so I think it's breaking through beyond just people who are super online. And, real early state primary voters are hearing of what Newsom's doing around redistricting. They like it. And the X account sort of dovetails with that in a way that does break through.
The conversations I've had with Democratic governors throughout this country and all of our Democratic elected officials.
Sorry, I have to leave. They said it's a felony for me to do this. Apparently, I can't be on the floor or in the bathroom. Well, you told me I was only allowed to be here in the bathroom. No, hang on. Bye, everybody. I've got to go.
Hey, that is outrageous. And first of all, let me tell you something. Representative Collier in the bathroom has more dignity than Donald Trump in the Oval Office.
There you go.
That is outrageous. What they're trying to do right there is silence an American leader, silence a black woman. And that is outrageous. And I hope everybody took note of that. The fact that she can't even let her voice be heard is freaking outrageous.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime.
Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You're in the War Room. It's Wednesday, August 20th in the year of our Lord 2025. We've got an extremely packed show, but we're going to start with what I think might be the best action call that the War Room Posse has ever received. I'm honored to bring on our first guest, August Takala, who has been tweeting up and doing just an entire media firestorm, not just about the scam, frankly, the racket that is the whole H-1B visa scam, but particularly how Americans can fight back and certainly enrage these big tech companies that are trying to replace us. And yes, Media Matters, I'm using the word replace because that's what they're trying to do. It's a little site called jobs.now. You had a great hit. I think it was on OAN. I saw Revolver was picking it up, a lot of coverage. But you've really just been dropping truth bombs about the scam that is the H-1B visa. Can you sort of run our audience through what exactly jobs.now is and how it is pushing back against H-1B visas flooding this country?
Well, hey, Natalie, thanks for having me on. So what they're doing is they're posting job listings that primarily big tech companies don't want Americans to find. They don't want them to find them because it disrupts their hiring process for so-called perm workers, people who have timed out of the H-1B process and are seeking green cards to win American citizenship. When Americans apply, it sets into motion a whole host of effects where it changes how they have to consider their applicants, and the Department of Labor also gets involved in the process to determine if these H-1B workers can be granted citizenship on the alleged grounds that these companies can't find qualified American employees. And as we all know, generally there is a qualified American worker, especially in this economy. That's why they have to go to extraordinary lengths to try to hide these postings. So jobs.now is trying to make those available for people to apply and to make it more cumbersome for these companies to hire foreign nationals without any objection or resistance.
They always play an interesting, I think, kind of shell game with the data, particularly on visa overstays. They're very cagey about releasing the real data. Obviously, the original studies that they use to cite to justify a lot of these weird visa cutouts and carve-outs, adding on the spouses, it's sort of bogus science. But just from the numbers that we can ascertain, I think, it's 1.7 million, Chinese, Indians, and other foreign nationals working here in the United States. Can you just sort of walk us through, of the available data, just how vast a problem this really is?
Yeah, let me start by saying the 1.7 million figure is not set in stone. We actually don't know because the federal government doesn't publish the overall number. They publish the annual number of applications they've approved and reauthorizations, but they don't publish the overall figure. So it does beg the question, if these people aren't taking American jobs, why can't we have transparency? Why can't we have the number? But you have the proportions correct. India, for the last year, fiscal year 2024, Indians were the primary beneficiaries. They had 283,000 applications approved or renewed. China came in second with almost 47,000. So those are the top two beneficiaries. One of them is a totalitarian regime, and they're both allied with the world's worst regimes via BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. These are American adversaries. So if these are the countries that the H-1B program is benefiting, we should be asking how does it benefit the United States? It benefits these big tech companies, but does it benefit anyone else? And really, you could say that American citizenship itself is a large part of the compensation that these companies are dangling in front of prospective workers. So what is that worth? The Trump administration obviously has put a dollar figure on it of $5 million. So in essence, it seems like they're offering a $5 million bonus package to their workers, and Americans are paying for it in a lot more ways than we can quantify economically.
Well, I think that's what's so interesting. I think both these sort of quantitative data, but also the sort of more, abstract in terms of how you conceive of what it means to be an American citizen, the idea, at least mine, of the social contract, and that your government shouldn't be actively working to replace you and depress your wages and, create less safe streets with illegal truck drivers that seem to get rammed through their driving permits, even when they're passing like 2 out of 14 on the driving test. It just makes no sense. And then you compound that with the fact that big tech is, clandestinely posting these job listings. They don't want Americans to be able to apply to them. It really is a racket. I mean, I'd call it a conspiracy. We'll throw that into the words you can't use. But how, more importantly, can Americans actually fight back, and I'm sure cause a huge thorn in the side to these big tech companies? Can you just walk us through one more time the site where people can go and how easy it is to apply?
Well, you can check out jobs.now. That's one thing you can do. But I do think conservatives are in a strong position right now because the Trump administration is not doing a lot, almost anything, to fight back against this phenomenon at the moment. For example, with family members of H-1B workers, those make up to 700,000 of those 1.7 million people. And there's been a lawsuit since 2015 pending over that issue, and the Trump administration has taken the same side as the Obama administration. Pam Bondi's Justice Department has taken the same side in fighting against the Americans on behalf of the Indians. So the Justice Department is not doing what it could be there. It also falls on the Justice Department to prosecute, or I should say, file lawsuits against these companies when they discriminate against American workers. They did that on the last Trump administration in cases that settled under Biden against Apple and Facebook. Apple, by the way, paid a settlement of $25 million over that. And, what is that worth? Like 3 iPhones? So the Trump administration could be doing a lot more to pursue these companies
in August
that are
we're coming up
against Americans.
A break. So I've got to hold you through. I know the audience is jazzed up and the Trump administration needs to be doing a lot more on this. This is the fight itself, what it means to be an American. You can't say you put America first if you're actively discriminating against American workers. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hey, did you find the manual? Yes! Summon Dale!
Who's Dale? American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven. Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem, like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to the War Room, where, of course, you got to be checking out birchgold.com/Bannon, texting Bannon to 989898. Give Philip Patrick and the team a call. Get the latest installment, not of the End of the Dollar Empire, but it is the ultimate guide to gold in the Trump era. A lot of movement at the Fed today. I think we'll have time to get into that on today's show as well. We've got a quick call-in, then we're going to wrap the H-1B discussion, but we're going to go real quick to Brian Harrison, because he is Representative Brian Harrison. He is on the floor in Texas awaiting a vote that you might have to drop. So we had a cold open giving us the latest as to what's going on there with the redistricting fight. Can you give us all the updates we need, please?
Yeah, you bet. So the Democrats, after totally sabotaging, completely victorious, destroyed the entire first special session, have finally come back on their own terms to the state of Texas, and we are now on the floor of the Texas House, and the map is before us. So we hopefully will be voting on the map soon. The only problems are we should have voted on this by now, but the Texas House Rhino leadership has been giving the Democrats motions to extend their time. So after the last 3 weeks, where they've been on every media outlet in the world calling us, racist and every other possible pejorative and ridiculous name, the Rhino leadership in the Texas House has been going out of their way to give the Democrats more time to continue calling us racist and attack these maps today. So it's just a one in a long line of indignities where the Republican leadership in the state of Texas is falling down on the job and not fighting the Democrats with every tool that we have legally available. But the good news is I do think we're probably going to be voting here in very short order. In fact, I may have to drop any second to do that. But the bad news is that even after all of the talk about, arrests, no Democrats were arrested, no seats were vacated, they're all here, and all the talk, including from our governor, saying we could add 10 more Republican seats in Texas, the map that was filed by the leadership down here only has 5 new Republican seats. And believe me, 5 is definitely better than nothing. We should have gotten this done by now, but I think we should have added at least 1 more Republican seat for every week the Democrats were gone. So it's a little bit of a disappointment that we're only adding 5 and not, at least 7. The Democrat states are fighting as aggressively as they can, and Republican states need to fight as hard for the future as the Democrats are. But that's about as quick as I can make the updates now. I'll know a lot more in a few hours for you, but I just want to say a special thank you to the posse. Y'all been with us since before this became the biggest story, one of the biggest stories in the world. So you guys and the posse and Steve and Natalie, you guys have been just a driver. And I do believe without the pressure from the posse blowing up the phone lines in the Capitol, we might not be doing anything. So major credit and words of appreciation for all of y'all.
Brian, we'll let you bounce. Good luck. You have kept up the fight. You are the tip of the spear. The posse feels the same way about you, although humbly, the posse is the best political force that I think exists, not just in MAGA world, but in the political history of this wonderful country. They're the best. You know, they always have your back. One more time, if people want to follow you, get the updates on the vote, where can they go to do that?
Yeah, go to the most hated feed into the Texas Capitol. Do your civic duty and piss off a rhino today by following me on Twitter today, at Brian E. Harrison on X, at Brian E. Harrison, and at Brian E. Harrison. I know I'll be talking with you guys soon, but I really appreciate it, Natalie, everything y'all done.
Something tells me you'll be back on pretty soon. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
You bet. Talk to y'all soon. God bless y'all.
Of course. And speaking of feckless rhino Republicans, I think that brings us back to the previous topic of discussion, which is H-1B visas and the cheapening of American citizenship, just so big business, big tech corporates can, maximize their profits and root out this country and destroy its cultural fabric while they're at it. August, we'll let you go. Sorry we had to interrupt that, but just pick up where you left off. If you were, advising the Trump administration on what they can actually do to make a difference, whether it's publishing the data sets, using the courts. I know there's an issue working its way up to the Supreme Court, I think, coming from a lot of the U.S. tech workers, that group of great patriots. But just hit us with what you were talking about before.
Yeah. So in terms of what we can do to call attention to this issue or get some movement on it, there is a lawsuit pending with the Supreme Court because the DOJ is still contesting it, Pam Bondi's DOJ. But since they have time to work on that, we should also call on them to investigate Apple, Microsoft, and some of these other companies that are using so many H-1B workers. Amazon, which has 40,000 H-1B workers. There are just so many questions about why these companies need these people. For one, Microsoft has offices in India. They could hire these people in their own countries. But again, it seems like they're dangling a $5 million bonus in front of them in the form of American citizenship. If the Justice Department has time to prosecute Steve Bannon, Roger Stone, and a lot of other patriots, they should have time to look into this. Look into National Public Radio. They've had more than 30 H-1Bs in the last 7 years. Are you telling me you can't find American journalists to do that work? Like, I know plenty of journalists who are not fully employed right now. I think there's strong cause for an investigation into those organizations. That's one thing that we should be doing. A second question we should ask is, why do H-1Bs lead to green cards at all? That doesn't need to be the case. So if that really isn't part of the compensation package, why doesn't the Trump administration just end employment-based citizenship? That's the second thing we could be calling for. A third thing is goes beyond the scope of H-1Bs. It goes into H-2As. But these are agricultural workers. Those visas don't have any cap at all. They're unlimited. All of the people we're deporting could come back and apply for that visa and get into the country legally if they want to fill out the paperwork. Why is that the case? And calling for a cap on that is something we should think about doing. And the fourth thing is transparency. I have Freedom of Information Act requests in to find out the number of H-1Bs in the country and the number of their family members right now, because we don't have that information. And we'll see if the Trump administration wants to provide it. But if they don't provide it to me, they should at least in the long term begin to make that number public, because we need more transparency on these issues. So I think those are a few simple steps that the Trump administration could be taking to help make this problem better. And that's just the lowest hanging fruit, but it's not being done.
August, thank you so much for being at the forefront of this. If people want to follow you and stay up to date with everything you're working on, where can they go to do that?
Rudy Takala on Twitter.com or X.com.
Thank you, sir, so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Frankly, I would add too that I don't even think we want caps, or maybe we'll make the caps 0. I think people who are coming in, let alone from some of the most hostile countries, are sworn foreign adversaries, particularly China, which, like I always say, is the second highest recipient of these H-1B visas, while our big tech overlords try to lie to us and spin to us that the reason why we need to import a bunch of Chinese nationals is so we can have a better edge over China. It's absolutely asinine, especially when you compound that with the fact that China's Article 7 of their national intelligence law literally demands that any Chinese national, for whatever reason, whatever purpose, wherever they may be, whatever they may be doing, can be requisitioned by the state, by the Chinese Communist Party for national security purposes to help achieve whatever ends they want. Gee, I wonder why the Chinese Communist Party is always caught with their hand in the cookie jar stealing IP theft from virtually every single American company. And I'm sure you guys saw the story, right? What is it about how Microsoft was outsourcing not just their any work, but work with the DoD, work with the Pentagon to a bunch of Chinese engineers in Shanghai, because that makes sense. Well, I guess it would also make sense that Windows, China Government Edition, that's right, they actually built the operating system that the Chinese Communist Party uses to administer all of China. And in the press release where they announced that they were contracting and working directly with the highest levels of Beijing leadership, that they were actually using the same technological systems that they had set up here in the United States. It's really disgusting. And for all of the talk that we've heard from the Trump administration about how important these tariffs are to secure the American worker, their wages, their rights to a decent living, securing the border, it all goes to two sides of the same coin, right? Immigration is not just something that's about taxes and fiscal policy, and obviously the negative impact that a bunch of illegals have on this country, but it's cultural too. And the H-1B stuff gets to the heart of that. Right? In the same sentence, in the same breath, where we're pushing tariffs because we want to protect American workers, you can't then justify expanding H-1B visa caps. Frankly, any H-1B, I'd deport all of them. I'd deport all of them yesterday, and I'd throw in the Chinese students while we're at it, and probably all Chinese nationals too. Because you know why? We don't need these people. And we never did. And America wasn't built because we imported a bunch of Chinese nationals and a bunch of Indians and a bunch of people who don't speak this language. It's the spirit of the American worker, of the American people. And it's extremely disgusting that these big tech companies are running roughshod like they have for decades and continue to, and feel the need. They get away with hiding the job postings. They know what they're doing. They have blood on their hands. They know exactly what they're doing. They're purposely posting these certain jobs on a website that you, as an American, someone whose taxes built these stupid companies from the ground up, that you can't even apply for. And now, oh yeah, sorry, tech bros. Yeah, you're America first. I don't think so. Screw you guys. There's no issue that gets me more upset because it's so disgusting and just evil than what happens on the H-1B visa front when you see what American workers and the American people are going through. It's jobs.now. You, your grandkids, your children, your friends, send it around and give a big middle finger to the people who deserve it most. The people who want to replace you and replace your grandchildren with a bunch of Indians and Chinese. No, thank you. I prefer to be American. We'll be right back after this short break.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
This is former Navy SEAL Kate Courtley, and I always say it's not if, but when you find yourself in a life-threatening situation. And when that time comes, you'll need power. That's why I carried the new Alpha Case Elite solar generator from 4 Patriots. It'll give you power to get vital information, power to communicate with loved ones, power to survive. And you can't put a price on that. Go to 4patriots.com and get your Alpha Case Elite with a free solar panel now, so you will be a survivor, not a statistic.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back to the War Room, where, of course, you got to be checking out birchgold.com/Bannon. Text Bannon to 989898. Get the latest installment of the ultimate guide to gold in the Trump era. Something tells me if you give Philip Patrick and the team a call, you'll actually speak to an American. Yes, Philip may have an accent, but I think he's an American. But certainly no H-1B visa recipients. Definitely not. We love Birch Gold. Give them a call. Bannon to 989898. Mike Howell, you have been waiting patiently while I wax on about the horrors of the H-1B visa program. It is my personal enemy. It's just the absolute worst thing that I think exists in this country, frankly, in the world. But speaking of other very bad things that exists, that is the the newfound concept of preemptive presidential pardons. Of course, it's the Biden regime that came up with that one. But Ed Martin over at DOJ has been really pushing forward, doing some great work, uncovering some documents that you guys are highlighting over at the Oversight Project. Can you walk us through on the auto pen front what we've discovered?
Right. So yesterday we put out some bombshell documents, and they were produced to us by Ed Martin. Quickly on him. You know, I know a lot of the posse have been frustrated in the pace and lack of accountability in this administration, but so long as Ed Martin is there, there is a fighting chance, whether it's Letitia James, Adam Schiff, and now the auto pen. And so basically, the auto pen's been at a little bit of a standstill. There's been these announcements of government investigations, but no real progress. But then walks in Ed Martin, who is the pardon officer and has access to these documents, and produces to the Oversight Project an email from one of Merrick Garland's top, if not the tippy-toppest, career official in the Department of Justice, who the day after Joe Biden issued these sweeping pardons to what he was saying were nonviolent criminals, this lawyer on the Saturday morning pulled the fire alarm, issued this lengthy email saying this whole thing is bogus. It can't work for all of these different legal reasons. The president, not an auto pen, needs to actually weigh in and answer these things. And oh, by the way, you should stop saying that these are nonviolent criminals, because guess what? They're some of the worst violent criminals that you're actually releasing. So that's the document we put up. This breaks the thing wide open again. And I think the Trump administration is poised for action now, because they have, guess what? The Biden administration agreeing with them in their own DOJ.
Well, speaking of the DOJ and transparency, I know you guys have also been at the tip of the spear on all things Epstein. I'm just curious if you guys have gotten any documents or any movement on that front.
So no, is the short answer. We were obviously very vocal. We thought the rollout of the announcement to close it down was clearly botched, and I think that's not even controversial to say right now. I think everyone agrees it was botched. But there was a development today. You might recall a month or so ago, there was this theory that was put out there that the DOJ would ask a grand jury to release documents and to take everyone's kind of eye off the ball for a little bit. And then today, the judge overseeing that basically said, hey, guess what, guys? There's not really any documents here. There's no witnesses who even testified to the grand jury, or victims, rather. Only one government witness who had no idea what was going on. There's only a few dozen pages of documents. And furthermore, hey, Department of Justice, you're the one who have all the information. You can release it if you want. Now, they've said, the DOJ, that they're going to start giving things to Comer. As I've long been saying, this thing's a mess. It'd be great if the U.S. government could just come clean if Epstein was an intel asset of either ours or somebody else. I think everyone kind of knows what's going on at this point, and it wouldn't hurt just to be candid about that, one very, basic fact, and maybe a little promise never to take advantage of a, sex trafficker in this regard again.
I'm curious what you make of the appointment of former AG Andrew Bailey to the co-deputy director of the FBI.
Yeah, well, look, A.G. Bailey is a superstar. He, actually was involved in the beginning of our audit pen investigation because he brought the issue back to the forefront when he challenged all of Biden's basically actions based on competency issues. So I've long been a fan of his. I'll say it's highly unusual for there to be a co-deputy director of the FBI. So I think it kind of points to a potential shakeup there. There have been some missteps along the way. We haven't seen the FBI substantially reformed. Instead, we've kind of been told it's great now that there's new leadership there and we shouldn't worry and we should just applaud. That's not to say Cash and Dan haven't done some good things, but when you bring in a new senior leader at this point, I think it, tends to confirm what it looks like, that there's going to be some changes at play. I don't know if that's ultimately personnel. I don't know if that means the FBI is going to change the tactics and actually work towards some serious prosecutions instead of just, papering over old things. But I'm hopeful. In Bailey, we trust, and we've trusted before, though.
I was walking around D.C. yesterday. I saw a bunch of the trucks, the MRAPs, the National Guard, I think FBI agents. They were pooling and talking to each other and I think sort of dispersing around. I'm curious how you think they are doing in the rollout of what is, making D.C. great again.
Yeah, I think it's largely performative, unfortunately. There is an opportunity for the Trump administration really to take control of Washington, D.C. in a full-throated way. And that opportunity kind of diminished last Friday in court when two of the DOJ's lawyers, Yakov was one of their names, and Paul Perkins, went in there and kind of, laid down, is from what it looked like from the outside, where they basically told the judge they had no issues with the constitutionality of home rule, which is a little complicated maybe for those who haven't been following it. But if you're teeing up the reassertion of federal constitutional control of D.C., you certainly should take an issue with the constitutionality of a statute that takes it away. And they left court with a basically co-parenting agreement with MPD. And then you have Attorney General Bondi speaking in terms such as partnership, having a barbecue with the MPD. You have these watered down agreements. And you aren't seeing kind of the full-throated broken windows policing enforcing that D.C. needs. You're seeing photo ops and some stats that are questionable in nature. There's still time to fix it, and it should be fixed. This is the capital city. It's a federal responsibility. America's 250's coming up, and it needs to be cleaned up. But it's not going to be cleaned up with this kind of weak, willy-nilly co-parenting. The photos are great. I live and work in D.C. It doesn't look like a federal takeover, I'll tell you that much.
I remember the post-January 6 days, the fencing, and not that I'm calling for that to come back, but I've seen the city be essentially taken over federally. Mike, last question before we let you go, bringing it back to, I think, the other issue. You're getting all the good topics today on the issue of deportations. We've seen some new detention facilities opened, but you have some numbers on how many people they can actually detain there and how this is actually going to roll out. Can you kind of walk the audience through where we stand on that regard?
Well, we're living through what I'll call mass communications, not mass deportations. The numbers are low. They're Obama level low. Instead, we're seeing this focus on, I'll say, quality over quantity. It's like the Department of Homeland Security only wants to talk about what they'll say is the worst of worst. And look, they need more detention beds, and they're getting some, but they're wrapping in fanfare of this new announcement out in Nebraska. And I was excited. I love deportation beds more than Joe Biden loves ice cream. But I clicked the press release and I see the numbers 280. That's not a lot of detention beds. And then I read a little further and see it's only to house what they'll call criminal illegal worst of the worst. Translation, it's not for mass deportations, which obviously expands far beyond this really subset of illegal aliens in the country who go on to rape and murder or do other crimes. I mean, Nebraska has a lot of illegal farm labor, and so they're basically saying, like, those people won't be in this Nebraska facility, and they're just going to try to meme their way through it on a very online way. I want to see commas in my deportation numbers. I want them in the millions. Right now, we're not close to that. I think President Trump wants to get there, but it's not going to happen until the policy changes where they have this really narrow Obama and Biden strategy of focusing just on quote unquote criminal illegals. It needs to be mass deportations.
Mike Howell, always bringing the fire. If people want to follow you, stay up to date with everything you guys have got going on over there, where can they go to do that?
We're on X at It's Your Gov, and I am at M Howell Tweets.
Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, and happy to bring you guys a little bit of good news on the deportation front. Huge Trump victory. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has just given President Trump the green light to revoke legal status for 60,000 migrants, legal aliens, whatever you want to call them, from Honduras, Nicaragua, and Nepal. This was previously blocked by a Biden-era judge, Trina Thompson. So I guess we can say bye-bye, fire up those deportation planes, and let's get on it. We are joined now by Alex DeGrasse. Alex, we had Brian on. He was live from the floor. I think they might even be voting right now. Can you sort of hit us with the latest where we stand on that redistricting front?
Yeah, so they're on the floor. It looks like, obviously, like Brian mentioned, they're voting, which is huge. You've got California, which I know Steve's been talking about. They're gearing up. That's going to face voters on the ballot. It's sort of imperative that we defeat that. I think there's a lot of videos coming out. Obviously, the DCCC, I mean, this is hardball, just like, Steve's been saying. The DCCC, the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee, actually, they're so blatant. They openly said they even drew the lines, actually, in California and sent them over to Newsom and sort of the state legislators. While legally they're claiming they drew the lines, of course, they didn't. And so that's the whole thing. And that will be on the ballot. So actually, if we can defeat that, and the polling, some polling had the maps being defeated by 30. Now Newsom's pollster has come out and says that they're winning by 10 points. So that will face the voters, and those are very high stakes for Newsom. Of course, that Steve's been focusing on, sort of Newsom obviously trying to run for president. So we've got where this is getting passed on Texas, which is huge. You saw Indiana. It looks like, Senator Jim Banks came out strongly in support of President Trump's effort. I believe the governor did as well. And you saw the congressional delegation come out in support of, mid-decade redistricting in Indiana. Florida is talking about it. So these states that we've been talking about are starting to come online, but I think it's imperative that people move faster, Natalie, like everything else, obviously.
Can you talk to us, too, on sort of the flip side of it, what Democrats could potentially be doing to sort of push back? Like, do you have any insight on what their efforts to redistrict, for example, in California could look like from a seat perspective?
Yeah. So in California, I think the reason why there's this massive panic in that what we talked about is the Democrats have tied their hands to an extent on two fronts. They've already really redistricted themselves to the maximum capacity for the most part, okay? And then the second thing is states like New York, states like California, they've got this extra step of constitutional sort of requirement on the independent, quote unquote, redistricting. And so that's why in California, they have to face the voters, because they essentially have to tear apart their constitution, which forces an independent process. And so, that's being challenged in court, and that's interesting. I think in California, you're going to look at 5 or 6 seats wiped off the board. And I think that it kind of nets out on Texas, right? And that's why these follow-up states were so important, the Missouri, the Indiana, Florida, You're looking down the South in general. So I think that is what's really key. I think New York, they can't. They're looking at 2 cycles from now, or sorry, the next cycle. So, 2027, there'd be a ballot referendum to then open up the redistricting process for 2028. And so that's why they're panicking, is because they don't have the tools to really answer. And so we have the ability, if we fight this out, to pick up, about 10, 15 seats if we lose in California.
Alex, if you can hang with us through the break, I got a few more questions. I know the posse is eager to burn down the phone lines of all these states. We need another redistricting fight, since apparently most of our elected Rhino Republicans won't do that for us. Warren Posse, in the meantime, make sure you're checking out Tax Network USA. That's tnusa.com/Bannon, or you can call 1-800-958-1000 for a free consultation. You're going to have a busy next couple months making these phone calls so these rhinos get their act together. We'll be right back after the short break.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back to the War Room. Denver giving me a little bit of attitude in the breaks. We press on. We still got Alex DeGrasse. Alex, obviously the big news too with what President Trump is doing on the mail-in ballot front, trying to get rid of them. And I loved all the adjectives he used to describe the voting machines. Walk us through what you think that looks like and just the details there.
Well, I think it's national voter ID is very important. And I think you'll see some of these states crumble politically, California, New York, where they don't require it. I mean, for the New York Posse members, I mean, it's totally wild. You go in there to vote. They don't ask anything. They ask you to sign, but there's no verification process. You can't even really challenge the votes now because of the way the election system works with the bipartisan board of elections. They can kind of cancel each other's vote out in order to like proceed with any type of questioning of a ballot. So the crux of everything, as well with the illegal immigration issue, is obviously the voting system. And I think a lot of people are hoping, that President Trump can get this done. And I believe he can, of course, because it is one of the core issues facing this country is we have to clean the voting rolls. We have to secure the elections. We need the paper ballots. And of course, look, we support legal absentees. If our people can't vote, their people can't vote, you've got something going on, you're sick, there needs to be a process. You need to, have checks on that, submit an application, say where you're going to be on, all that type of stuff. But these sort of unregulated, unfeathered mass mail-in ballots, where in New York State you can go online and just go on a website and just get a ballot sent to you. I mean, that's what it is now. You go online and you get a ballot sent to you. As long as you know, all you need is your birth date. I mean, there's nothing stopping criminals and bad actors from going in and requesting. I mean, literally, you'd have no idea. Obviously, it's illegal, but there's no enforcement mechanism and there's no way to really protect against this stuff. And you've got California, New York, these major states that are the crux of a lot of seats for Congress. And we looked at what happened with California last election, and we were going crazy on the show, and we were on the ground doing the best we can. And a lot of people have actually confronted me and said, hey, you guys don't have a handle on it. And I would agree, of course. But you look at California, where the ballots are coming in from like a month and a half, ballots appearing. I mean, you don't need a postmark. So people say, hey, it's states' rights. They've got to, and it's clear on that. But honestly, it's not the case. And you have a federal right here looking at Congress, looking at people's equal representation across all the states, just like with the census and the reapportionment on the redistricting, where, there's a federal angle. And if your state is allowing illegal immigrants and canceling out the votes and representation of Congress of legal citizens elsewhere, it sort of is a legal issue. So I think there is a federal angle for President Trump to take, and I think he is. And I'm very excited about it because it really, if we can get national voter ID, if we can get guardrails up on the absentee ballot process without sort of mass unfeathered mail ballots, right? And they're saying, oh, he wants to ban absentees. That's not true. He's talking about the mass mail-in ballots where you don't need anything and they're just sent out the door. I mean, it's really crazy that it's come to this in this country. Nowhere else is like this, Natalie, obviously. No other first world country.
I always say it's actually, I think, insulting to third world countries to compare it to third world election systems. Alex, I think we've got it. Bounce to our next guest. We've got a few minutes left. In the meantime, before I have you back on, where can people go to follow you and stay up to date with everything you're working on?
Thank you, Natalie. So I'm at DeGrasse81 on X, on Getter Truth. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Natalie. You're doing great. I look forward to being back on.
Of course. Thank you, sir. We'll have you back on soon. And hey, all I'm saying from the narrative warfare perspective, what was it? I think today, what was it? Just 2 days after President Trump's Truth Social post declaring no more election fraud. A lot of steps to get there, but all of a sudden, the New York Times, there's a long-winded profile piece about how Democrat voter registration across like every state is hitting record lows. Almost like they're pre-gaming the narrative when we can finally see that all of these ghost votes that never actually existed aren't there. Well, they're going to blame, I guess it's believable that the Democratic Party is so out of touch, their registration is record low, which of course it is. But they're also, what is it? I think we've never been able to find, what is it, the 10 million missing votes from 2020 to 2024? Yeah, I won't hold my breath on that one. We'll leave it at that. But we've got Trevor Comstock. You are one of, I think, our audience's favorite companies. They love the grass-fed beef liver, all things Maha. Can you hit us with the latest deals and products you got going on?
Yeah, great to see you, Natalie. So as I'm sure most of you know, we launched our new tallow moisturizer, but we have been getting a good amount of people just reaching out, just kind of asking how it compares to other skin creams out there on the market. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick. But compared to most commercial skin creams, the issue with those is that they're usually full of synthetic ingredients and things like alcohols, fragrances, and other cheap fillers that can actually damage your skin barrier over time. So although they may be somewhat effective, the standard skin cream usually just contains a bunch of chemicals, and it's usually just mass produced where the overall quality is pretty questionable. So in turn, our formula is just clean and simple, and it doesn't contain any artificial junk. And again, our moisturizer is just made with the 2 ingredients, which is the 100% grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and then the raw Manuka honey from New Zealand. And also on top of that, every jar is handmade, so we really don't cut any corners when it comes to quality. And like I mentioned, it has been flying off the shelf, which I'm super happy about. And again, it's great for using for daily skin hydration, or if you have any skin irritation, it works great in that scenario as well. And it is intended for both men and women, which is great. So you can put it on your face, you can put it on your neck, your body, wherever you see fit. But I also encourage people to check out some of the reviews on our website as well. We've only been selling it a short time, just a few weeks now, and we already have a ton of reviews and emails coming in, people just raving about it. So I'm very happy about that. And obviously, thank you so much to the War Room for all the support.
And one more time, hit us with where they can go to shop all the products you guys got.
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com, and then you can also use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. If you do subscribe, you're locked into the 10% discount for all orders until you cancel. So we got you covered there. But yeah, go to sacredhumanhealth.com and you'll find us.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Natalie.
And while you're at it, Warren Posse, you should go to jobs.now and give, like I said, a big middle finger to all of these horrible America-class corporations that want to replace you, your grandchildren, your children, your neighbors, your entire communities. Like I always say, this whole immigration thing, it's not just about economic impacts, it's a cultural thing. And I don't know, call me a radical, call me, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of attacks that they will hurl at me, call me whatever you want. I believe there's something worth preserving about being a legacy American, a heritage American, and no corporate oligarchs are going to take that away from me. So screw you, H-1B visa holders. Have a good one.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years.
I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. Now, you're looking at the screen and say, something's different. No, it's not my tie. I still have my blue jacket on. Amanda and I are in the same shot together. Why is that? Because for the next few days, we're going to be using a backup studio. We're doing some exciting moves here. Just the News and Real America's Voice continue to expand. We're going to greet you soon in about 2 to 3 weeks from some new studios. But for the next couple of weeks, we're going to be a little cozier, a little bit singular on the camera. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're not going to stop the journalism that we always do here tonight. But I just thought I'd explain that at the outset. All right. A lot of news today, Amanda.
Yep.
And people have asked, well, what do you do when you have intelligence people that have so much time on their hands that they're doing politics instead of intelligence, which is what happened for the last decade of era of weaponization? Well, Tulsi Gabbard gave us a good idea today. How about we just get rid of them? A massive reorganization just announced about an hour ago by the Director of National Intelligence, the same DNI that gave us those explosive revelations of what really went on in Russia collusion, what went on in that intelligence assessment that turned out to be fake. Well, 40% of the Office of Director of National Intelligence is going to be cut. Amanda, $700 million of savings. So we get a bonus on the financial end. But more importantly, what Tulsi Gabbard said in making this large reorganization, which he cleared with the president a couple of weeks ago, is this agency got off mission. It had so many resources, it got bloated. It started doing things like politics when it should have stayed focused on overseeing the intelligence community, make sure we keep America safe, and that's our only mission. That is a big moment today, and you're going to read about it over at justthenews.com. Some other fun stuff. We've been talking about Hillary Clinton, all the things that happened, the weaponization, her role in that, Amanda. Today, someone filed a ethics complaint against her law license. And I'll remind people that it wasn't that long ago when Bill Clinton faced a similar complaint. Of course, he lost his law license. Yeah. So really big things going on. We're starting to see accountability in reducing jobs, accountability in security clearances being pulled like we announced on Tuesday show, and accountability in getting complaints and litigating penalties for people who may have done things that are untoward. Now, you were back home for a couple days and on the travel. What did you pick up on the road?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that, your bread and butter is investigative journalism, and I know that so much of your reporting has been out of the intelligence community. So you, of all people, know what an impact it is going to have to reduce that agency and multiple agencies. I mean, like she said and like you said, no more time for politics, just stick to the business of the people.
Yeah, good point.
And since we don't have our traditional prompter, I went old school and jotted down a few little topics on pen and pad. I know.
Sometimes my typewriter
do I still know how to write?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So Alligator Alcatraz down in Florida, and now we have a partnership between the state of Nebraska and DHS. They are going to have Cornhusker Clinker. That is going to provide an additional about 280 to 300 beds there at that facility. Now, all of this, of course, is thanks to OB3, that one big beautiful bill that provided funding for an additional 80,000 or so beds across the country. So Nebraska's going to take their shot at it and get an extra 300 beds. Another story, Frank Caprio.
Yeah.
Passed away today.
I saw that.
88 years old.
Hard to believe.
I found some interesting statistics about him online. Number one, he's an Army veteran. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did know
But
that.
also in 2002, his show, Caught in Providence, of course, in Rhode Island, amassed 500 million views across the videos that they posted on YouTube. This was a man, you all would definitely recognize his face, beloved, and he was known in the courtroom for having a heart and having some really wonderful light humor in the face of a circumstance. When someone comes to court, they don't often think that it's going to be an uplifting experience, but Judge Caprio definitely turned it around for a lot of folks, and it was caught right there on camera. But he passed away at 88 years old. But I think we've got a guest lined up, ready to go, and I'm very excited.
Law and Order and Compassion. I think that's what Frank Caprio was able to deliver on TV. It was actually pretty good. Quick note for everyone before we turn to our first guest, and we got a good one tonight. Tomorrow, when you wake up, go check out justthenews.com. We are going to have another exclusive story. We told you last week there were 3 FBI investigations, and the Obama Justice Department yelled, "Shut it down." They closed them all down. They protected Hillary Clinton. We're going to tell you about a 4th agency, the IRS. No, it wasn't Hunter Biden. They were blocked on Hunter Biden too, but this is also about the Clinton Foundation. Explosive new documents. We're going to make them public tomorrow morning. When you go to justthenews.com, wake up in the morning, you'll see another example of obstruction of an investigation. 2 whistleblowers, one of them an FBI or a former DEA expert on money laundering, and they get shut down. The pattern's becoming all too familiar to us. We'll have that tomorrow, Amanda. But
Indeed.
Amazing. All right, joining us now, a man who knows about service. He served on the front lines of the U.S. military as a Marine Corps Lieutenant General. Today, he's a congressman for the great state of Michigan, Congressman Jack Bergman. Sir, good to have you back on the show.
Hey, John and Amanda, great to be with you today in your new temporary digs Just think, you could be like the Marines. You don't go anywhere for very long, put up a building or a tent, do what you do, and then leave. So good luck in getting into your new digs.
That is great, and you're right. The Marines are much better than us. We know that, but they're great. They're great. I want to start with all that has happened over the last few weeks since Congress is in recess. I think people think August is a slow time in Washington. It has not been this time, not under Donald Trump. All the things that have gone on between Putin and Zelensky and Trump to get maybe peace going, the takeover D.C. How are people in the middle of America, in the great state of Michigan, viewing what's been going on in Washington?
They're viewing it optimistically. The people here in the Midwest, especially where I represent in northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula, we're people that get up and go to work every day, good family people, good community citizens, and we expect leadership, whether it's the county dog catcher, the sheriff, the mayor, the governor, whoever it happens to be, and of course the president. So I'm getting a lot of positive smiles and thumbs up as I'm driving around the district right now, because people up here, by and large, are happy with what President Trump and his administration are doing.
That's great.
Sir, and I want to play off of what Vladimir Putin said last week, because he confirmed to the world that if Donald Trump was in office, that the conflict with Ukraine had not started. So if that theme carries through present day with President Trump in office, you would assume that that means that there will not be more conflicts started, certainly nothing as substantial or costly in both human life and currency. As far as the Russia-Ukraine war, President Trump said this is the last big peace deal that he needs to resolve. Do you agree with that? And if so, where do we end up as far as any other conflicts being started? Is that done?
Well, I think we need to take just a quick look at history. And as I've been reviewing the media here over the last, couple of months on the potential for President Trump to create an environment where the war in Ukraine ends. We've already forgotten about the Abraham Accords that were signed into place towards the end of the first Trump administration, where nobody believed in the Middle East that you could bring all the different countries to the table. But President Trump did that. And of course, President Trump was not in office, and two things happened. Number one, people forgot about the Abraham Accords, and eventually Hamas did what it did on October 7th, we're going up on 2 years ago, and attacked Israel. But also, Putin attacked Ukraine. If Donald Trump had been in office in that second 4 years of his second term, that attack, I would suggest you, would not have happened, because President Trump is a president of peace, but he's a leader who brings people to the table. That's what you do as a leader. You don't think you know it all. You get the right people at the table, whether it's in this case, Russia, whether in this case it's Zelensky coming into DC, whether it's just different entities, the European Union, the countries coming in to sit and talk. It's just kind of like a multi-layered level of peace negotiations and dealing that President Trump, quite honestly, is good at, for a couple of simple reasons. Number one, he believes in America and he believes in freedom. But more importantly, he believes that without American leadership, the world can be a dangerous place, and would be if you don't have strong leadership in our country that other countries can follow. So we're in a time right now where hopefully people like Putin I don't expect Putin to ever change. He is who he is. He's never going to change.
That's right.
But hopefully he can see the wisdom in backing off and ending the unnecessary bloodshed in Ukraine that has cost literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives, has resulted in the kidnapping of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. We need to get them back. We need to continue as the United States and the European countries to build those solid alliances that make sure that guys like Putin don't do something stupid, because they're smart enough to know that if they do, it's going to end badly for them.
Yeah, A security guarantee that's now on the table for the first time is a big deal for Ukraine if it gets pulled off. It's so important. The might of the United States will be backing that up. So I want to ask a little bit about two numbers. In the 34 years I've been in Washington, the only number I know is that it goes up every year, the size of the workforce, the size of spending. But two statistics have come out in the last couple of days. One is the Trump administration in a monthly report said they plan to have achieved a 300,000 reduction in federal workforce this year. That's a 15% reduction. It's the first time in my lifetime the government shrunk on my time in D.C. The second one is 40%. What Odie and I, Gabbard today announced that she can shrink D&I down by 40% and still be effective. The idea that we're really starting to make a change in government, shrinking it down, making it more lean and mean like those Marines on the front line that used to command. How important is that for our country?
I tell you, it is essential for the health. I started using the following phrase a few months ago. The federal government is morbidly obese in its bureaucratic endeavors, which means anytime you're morbidly anything, if you don't change something, you're going to die. Okay. Yeah. The federal government has been ripe for reduction for a very long time. In fact, I've got 3-ring binder notebooks from when I was still in uniform 25 years ago about ways the Department of Defense, because that was where I was at the time, could, number one, provide better support for the troops, whether it be their family support or their warfighting support, and do it in such a way with less bureaucracies, more streamlined decision making, but really put, the tooth to tail, if you will, and the combat forces are the teeth, but the tail was wagging the dog here bureaucratically. So I tell you what, I'm excited to get back to DC because this is just the beginning of refining and redefining the federal workforce using the tools we have today and not wasting time and effort when it comes to meeting the needs of the country.
Yeah. The GOP is giving the government a GLP-1 shot. I love it. Morbidly obese, so you got to trim it down. Maybe some Ozempic. Sir, I want to ask you about something happening in the state of Michigan. There is a Michigan State Senate seat that has sat empty for some 220 days. Election hasn't been called for it. What do the people of Michigan want? I can't imagine they're happy with that seat sitting vacant.
Well, when you have a Senate that is tied and could do nothing, the Michigan Senate, and I know several of the state senators here from my district, there's nothing for them to do because without that Senate seat being filled, there's no way to move anything forward. So this is we've been talking about leadership in several ways here on this interview. We have had a vacuum of leadership for the last 6+ years in Lansing. And it all starts with the commander-in-chief and that commander-in-chief who is ever in that governor's seat. So for the governor not to call an election to create that ability for the Michigan State Senate to do its business, I mean, it borders on, well, first of all, it's unethical for them to do that, but it almost borders on criminal when it comes to not doing what you're supposed to do for all the citizens of Michigan, not just a few.
Yeah. Sir, before we let you go, you have been all over the world. You know the challenges that foreign policy brings. There's a real growing crisis in Pakistan that I know you've weighed in on. We had the son of one of the leaders on our show a couple of weeks ago. They're imprisoning opposition leaders, often without any charges, just locking them up. I know you have some concerns. Is it time maybe for our U.S. government to take a more assertive stand against Pakistan?
Well, I think I was in Pakistan a few months ago, and I plan on going back sometime probably in the next 6 months to make a second trip. And Pakistan is a country that's it's got its own internal issues, but where it is in the world and what the relationship is between the Pakistanis, especially the Pakistani Americans who are here, who a lot of them still have property and family back in Pakistan, is on a critical edge where I believe that as soon as that President Trump has some white space in his schedule of creating an environment of peace around the world, Pakistan needs to go right up to the top of that list to help a country that needs to be free, but right now is not the democracy that we would have here in the U.S. So I'm hopeful that we can move that ball forward here when there's a little bit more room to give it some energy and bring it up to a higher priority.
Yeah, so important. You've been such an important voice of clarity on an issue that a lot of Americans don't know about. It's really important. Sir, it's a great honor. There are very few people we've ever brought on this show that we can call both general and congressman. You're one of the few. A great honor to have you on, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks. My pleasure, and all the best.
You as well. Thank you so much, sir. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a really fun story. Louisiana used to be down at the bottom of the education heat pile, but today it's taking active measures to put parents first and the basics back, and a funny thing's happened. We're going to have a congresswoman from that great state tell us the incredible story. In fact, the education secretary for President Trump was down there last week, Linda McMahon. We'll have that next after these messages. Hey folks, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought lots of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us, myself included. Could your health issues be caused by an invisible enemy? Fatigue, bloating, brain fog? What if parasites are the real culprit? Did you know 60 million Americans apparently have parasites? They're everywhere in our food, water, and pets, secretly invading your body and wreaking havoc on your gut, energy levels, and even your brain. And big medicine doesn't want you to think about this because one good cleanse could change everything. Our friends at the Wellness Company have a real solution, a gold standard parasite cleanse combining ivermectin with mebendazole, 2 FDA-approved medications. It's prescription-based. Just fill out a quick medical intake and get a 3-month supply shipped to your door. Go to twc.health/justnews and use the code JUSTNEWS to save $60 plus free shipping. Go there right now.
Do you have time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Hey, ma'am, how are you today? I'm good, how are you? Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat? Yes, awesome. I do. If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me, you know?
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here. And I thank you for the sacrifices you made. And I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand and I realized that you did it at the cost for me. You did it for me and you didn't have to, and I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
It's too bad we didn't have the Academy All-Stars to bring us in, because Louisiana is moving on up, as John teased Education Secretary. I know.
The Jeffersons.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon, she visited schools in Louisiana last week as the Trump administration, of course, continues shifting control of education back to the state and away from the federal government. So local leaders praised the move, and Congresswoman Julia Letlow called the visit an incredible opportunity. And we had Congresswoman Letlow with us on the show a few days ago to talk about all of it. Check it out.
Joining us now from Louisiana's 5th Congressional District, Congresswoman Julia Letlow. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always such a pleasure to be with you.
Well, we love having you here, especially when there is such a good reason, and that reason being that Education Secretary descended upon your state as the first stop on her tour. She was in Louisiana, and she sees Louisiana as a great model for the rest of the country. Tell us about the improvements that were made in Louisiana.
Oh, it was such an honor to have Secretary McMahon stop in Louisiana first on her national tour. She was touting some of the amazing accomplishments that we have achieved right here in Louisiana. We have proven that when you take power away from the federal government and get it back to the states where it belongs, that we can see improvements made. And we have seen that in Louisiana. We used to be dead last when it came to student improvement. Now we rank 32nd. And you may not think that that has bragging rights, but when you come from dead last all the way up to 32nd in record time, it proves that we are doing something right. We are letting teachers teach. We have an incredible superintendent and governor who are committed to making sure that power is taken away from the federal government, given back to the states where it belongs, our local communities. We know how best to educate our children. These are our children, not the government.
Yeah, such an important thing and such a great model when everybody comes together and we get the bureaucrats out of the way and we get the process going. There's a lot ahead for Congress to address on education. I know this is close to your heart. In Congress, you drive the conversation a lot there. Tell us a little bit about the opportunity. Obviously, Secretary McMahon is clear. She wants to wind down the Education Department, return that power to the states. What are some of the next steps that Congress will need to take to make that a reality?
The next steps that Congress needs to take is to get out of the way and let them do their job. They're doing an incredible job of laying out a plan of how we are going to wind down the Department of Education. I fully support the president's efforts to do that. And the secretary, I believe I watched a recent interview. She said that the president said that she wants to be fired. And so and be the last Secretary of Education that we actually have. So she is going to definitely lay out a plan of how we're going to move forward, give that power back to the states. It's so important that we continue to empower our students, our parents, our teachers, and the administrators. Again, we know how to do it best. So as the Department of Education winds down, the power goes back to the states. The sky's the limit for what that's going to mean for our children just like mine and yours.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Congresswoman, I know that so many people who care about the education space, which frankly should be everyone, they are concerned about getting the power back to the states. But what responsibility and what role do the local districts and school systems play? Does this go all the way down to the granular level where each of these schools has a say in it as well?
Absolutely, as it should. You know, we saw after COVID-19 that there were so many concerned parents who actually ran for school board because they wanted a say in their child's education. They were being turned away, labeled as domestic terrorists. I even had to file a Parents' Bill of Rights that we passed in Congress just to give parents back a seat at the table. So yes, school boards, local municipalities, they know how best to educate our children. And so I'm excited to see what their role will be as they step up and continue to play a major role.
Yeah, so important. I want to turn to some of the other policies that are already now in place and having a profound impact. The One Big Beautiful Bill, part of that, the tariffs part of that. Shrimpers in Louisiana, one of the great industries. Anyone who goes to Louisiana knows where to get their food. They've been at an uneven playing field for a long time. The tariffs seem to have had a big effect early. Tell us what it means to the local industry there.
Oh, they could not be more ecstatic that finally we're putting foreign seafood on its heels, making sure that that is not coming in to Louisiana and giving them back their jobs, their livelihoods. For too long, they have been unfairly penalized by foreign seafood, shrimp, crawfish coming in to Louisiana. So they are on cloud nine. They are so ecstatic that the president is fighting for them through these tariff negotiations. And I have some happy shrimpers in Louisiana.
I bet you do. I want to stay on the Louisiana level of things, but also kind of blend in what we are seeing in Washington, D.C. Obviously, Washington getting a federal, I like to call it a makeover instead of a takeover, because I feel like things are going to improve, even if some folks don't want to admit it. New Orleans has also had a crime problem for a very long time. Do you anticipate that New Orleans could be one of these cities that's a good opportunity for a federal makeover?
Absolutely. I am so encouraged that the president is taking over Washington, D.C. As someone who lived in D.C. half time, I walk back and forth to work, and I no longer will have to be fearful because the president is taking charge. And we have an incredible governor here in Louisiana who is enforcing law and order and is going to bring back New Orleans as well. So I'm hopeful that our better days are ahead. We should not be fearful of our children playing outside, and I should not be fearful walking back and forth to our nation's capital to do my duty to vote. So I'm incredibly grateful to the president and our governor for bringing back law and order.
Yeah, such an important moment. I've watched your X feed for a while, and I think you do such a great job of helping people understand. There's so many things in the big, beautiful bill that can get lost, but particularly when it comes to being a parent who's got to save for education, a parent that might have to support the school or the church that their children go to. There are just so many places for families to get some extra money and to invest in their family because of changes in the big, beautiful bill. Tell us what's resonating most with your constituents.
Oh, they are so ecstatic. And wherever I go, I try to talk about these incredible jewels or nuggets in the bill, if you will, that are helping young parents, especially when it comes to the tax child credits, for putting aside a fund to be able to invest for your child as they go along in their education. Also, one thing that we don't talk about very much, but there was a component in the bill that is going to empower even more school choice for parents moving forward. So I am so encouraged about all of the education initiatives that were included in the One Big Beautiful Bill. With my background in education, I was ecstatic and lending my voice and expertise to that and counting it now as I go across the state. Parents are very relieved that we were focusing on even childcare and getting parents the relief that they need so that they can go back to work after they have children of their own.
Yeah. And you have such a unique perspective in the education space because you've also seen it from the administrative side. And you mentioned COVID and the parental rights issue. COVID is what revealed so many of the systemic issues for parents, the overabundance of power that teachers' unions have and had, especially during that time. As we see the power of education being moved to the states and the local levels, what's going to happen to the teachers' unions? Are they just going to ultimately dissolve or just lose nearly all of their power? What becomes of them?
Well, I hope they do dissolve and lose some of that power. We don't really have a strong contingency down in Louisiana, and I think that's why the secretary came here first, because we do have the freedom to be able to teach our children without that bureaucracy in place. I think we saw it play out, especially in the Northeast. It was not good for our students. It was not good for parents, teachers even. So, I think Louisiana is a great model that we all should kind of look to as far as just kind of dissolving that archaic teacher union model that doesn't seem to work and hopefully will dissolve.
Congresswoman, before we let you go, one of the things that we saw at the recent NEA teachers union event, I think it was in Oregon, was a hostile environment for some Jewish teachers. And of course, we've seen significant hostile environments for Jewish students all across college campuses and sometimes secondary and primary schools downstream. The education department's taken some big steps. I mean, big and expensive steps. Some of these universities are paying a dear price. Do you think the message has gone out that this intolerance is not welcome anywhere in the education system, or do you think more work's got to be done to stamp it out?
Oh, I think they've heard it loud and clear, and will continue as Congress, and I know the administration is committed to making sure that there is no place for anti-Semitism on our campuses, K through 12 or college for that matter. Every student should feel safe on their campus. We're going to continue to make sure that happens.
Yeah. Congresswoman, before we let you go, as you head back to Capitol Hill at the end of recess, what are going to be some of the top priorities for Republicans?
Well, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, so I'm excited to get back to work. We have some more bills we need to get across the House floor. The Senate is actually picking those bills up and moving them as well. So I'm excited to get back to do my committee work and make sure that the hardworking tax dollars that the hardworking families are sending up to D.C. are coming back to benefit them directly.
Yeah, we've spoken to a number of members, and slicing and dicing seems to be the theme of the return upon Capitol Hill. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here. Congresswoman Julia Letlow. We'll see you again very soon.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, but we have much more for you on the other side.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back, America. Yesterday, you probably saw this scoop at the top of Just the News. It's one of our most popular stories of the day. A brand new entrant into the Iowa governor's race. He's the former Iowa Department of Administrative Services director, and his name is Adam Steen. He's creating a lot of buzz in Iowa, one of the great electoral states in America. Adam, great to have you on the show.
Oh, thanks for having me on the show. It's an absolute honor and a privilege here. Thank you so much.
We've had Governor Reynolds on the show a couple times. She is a pretty larger-than-life figure, very successful, very popular in Iowa. What tempted you to put your hat in the ring?
Yeah, no, there's several things, and to be as brief as I can, this has been in the works for me for 15 years. I've been planning and preparing for higher levels of leadership for 15 years, and really there's been two other inflection points, and it was July 13th when President Trump was shot. That motivated me more than I could even imagine. My heart sunk, but when he got up and said, "Fight, fight, fight," I'm telling you, I got fired up, and it was time to go. And then when Governor Reynolds announced that she wasn't going to run again, I knew it was close to time. And she and I had a wonderful conversation. We both mutually agreed that I'd resign my position that I love, but the whole goal was resigning that position so that I could protect a state that I love, so I could work with President Trump, so that we could usher in a golden age of prosperity. And there are people very, very excited down here in Iowa. We've made a fluid race even more fluid, and we're getting some excitement here going down in Iowa.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Adam, I want to ask you about the platform, because I know as you crisscross the state of Iowa and you talk to your neighbors and possible constituents, I am sure that there are a number of issues on the front of their mind. Tell us what those are.
Yeah, so right now, my platform, I'm the faith guy. Absolutely, faith has been the number one thing for me. Culture is the number one thing for me. I spend full time. I'm a credentialed minister. I don't pastor a church, but my faith is paramount. And one thing that I'm doing and I'm running on is what Governor Reynolds has created here in the state is she's created freedom, and she's created a future for our children. And far and away, that is my number one thing, is to protect the freedom that the governor has instilled and then preserve that future for families going forward. We have to keep Iowa red, and I'm comfortable and confident that I can be that guy.
Yeah, so important. So I was looking at our story, and you had some good ones when you announced pro-faith, pro-family, pro-life, pro-property rights, pro-freedom. I want to go to property rights, because increasingly, as we've seen, particularly during the green energy movement by the Democrats, people in danger of losing their property or losing part of their property in the name of a transmission line or in the name of a puddle if it was going to be treated as a waterway. This is becoming a growing issue. Tell us a little bit about property rights and why that's so important to your agenda.
Yeah, there is an eminent domain bill that was vetoed by the governor. I am a pro-property rights guy. When that bill was vetoed, I was working with the governor and obviously supporting her 100% of the way. But I believe that I've got another thought and another angle that we can get some of those crushing federal regulations out of this state, allow farmers to produce more corn, more ethanol, and let Iowans be Iowans, getting rid of those crushing federal regulations that are on the state right now.
Pretty important.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to focus on the family part of your platform, because under the last administration, we saw a crushing angle on families across this country, especially if you were parents of school-aged kids. What can you do in the state of Iowa to prioritize families and protect them and protect their rights?
Yeah, absolutely. I am the candidate that's currently being sued by the Satanists. So one of my jobs was to make sure the events at the Capitol were family friendly, and the Satanists came in, tried to do an event that I deemed harmful to minors. I denied the event, and I'm currently under a lawsuit for that. I'm also the guy that stood in front of what was called an all ages family friendly drag show that nobody heard about because I denied that as well, risking another lawsuit. But my thing is family first, and I'm going to protect children every step of the way. I will not back down from it. I do not fear retribution, because protecting our kids, protecting our families is top priority.
Yeah, so important. Before we let you go, so real quickly, the big policies in Washington, the move towards peace with Russia, the early economic success of the tariff program that Donald Trump has put into place. The media kept saying these are going to be big failures, prepare for high inflation and war, and, or we'll be subject to Putin in some future world. It didn't happen. I wonder how common sense Iowans look at the media today. We had a poll out today that showed like half of Americans don't even pay attention to it anymore. How much has the media hurt itself in the political discourse we have today?
Yeah, no, it's hard for me with the media right now because I kind of view them, unfortunately, as an enemy down here. Certainly you guys are not viewed that way from this angle, obviously, but no, it's always hard because they're always trying to take a stance and try to trap you into something. But at the end of the day, I'm America first, I'm people first, I'm common sense policy, and running alongside President Trump to make not just this country great, but Iowa great. That's key. That's number one. And I'm super excited about that. And it's unfortunate that the media can't just accept that and move on, because so many wonderful things are happening. And I'm just flat out excited to keep those things moving ahead.
I have a funny feeling 2026, the election tagline will be the year of common sense. I think everybody is starting to embrace it, and I know that's going to allow you to lean in greatly in the great work you're doing in the state of Iowa. Adam Steen, real quick, how do people find your campaign site?
AdamSteen.com. AdamSteen.com.
That's pretty easy. That doesn't get any easier than that to remember. That looks good, common sense. That's right. So great to have you on. I know we'll be talking to you a lot more as the campaign goes on.
All right, thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show today. Thank you, sir. All right, folks, after the break, we'll talk about the power of the U.S. dollar. President Trump is making a lot of strides on the economy, but there are still some areas of concern. The dollar is one of them. We'll have that next, right after these messages.
Tell me the truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now. If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, Vibrance, Vibrance.com/justnews.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We all know that President Trump is making some major economic strides since he took office, and he's looking to change quite a bit to help set America back on the right economic path. But with change comes, of course, uncertainty, and the U.S. dollar has had some major fluctuations. And we also have something huge happening with America's gold, and nobody's really talking about it. The government values our gold at just $42 an ounce, the same price from 1973, but gold is actually worth $3,300 today. That is $850 billion just sitting around. So here to explain why this matters for your retirement is Shannon Davis, CEO of American Alternative Assets. Shannon, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you. Glad to be here, guys.
So tell me this, why when I go online and I purchase 1 troy ounce of gold at $3,300, why is the U.S. government valuing it at something from 1973?
1973. That seems to be a good year these days. That's the last time our dollar dropped this much. But there might be a setting here, something big happening. You know, Senator Loomis just introduced a bill that will revalue our gold at real prices. That would instantly create, as you mentioned, $850 billion. And we've got a national debt that's $37 trillion. So Trump's doing everything he can to knock that baby down, and that's a difficult task at hand. But that's really what's going on right now. We need to do something about our debt. We're adding $5 billion of debt every single day. The government needs money, and this is a way to get out of the hole. This is the ace in his hole, actually.
Yeah, really interesting. And we'll be watching for that introduction of the bill. It's a big deal. I want to talk about the Fed because they're a big player in all that we've been through and we're headed for them. I know everyone will be watching the next Fed meeting. I think it's in Jackson Hole is where the next time we're going to see the chairman. Tell us a little bit about what you think he's going to say, and is there going to be a change in tune soon?
Yeah, that's Friday. That is happening Friday. There's a couple of big announcements on Friday with stablecoin as well, with Mr. Whalen. But he's obviously got a ton of pressure on him right now to lower the interest rates. And there's a challenge there. You know, he keeps talking about inflation. We're not really seeing it in mainstream media, but we do see it when we go to the grocery store or when we spend dollar bills. But it's tough to say. He's been holding tight. I don't personally disagree with him holding tight. You know, when you turn around and lower the interest rates, yes, it does increase spending. Yes, it will increase inflation. But the only reason you lower an interest rate is because there's something bad going on in our economy. And that's why he's getting the pressure from everybody else, because something bad's going on in our economy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the most recent jobs numbers getting revised down, does that constitute something bad enough for there to be a lowering of the interest rate?
You know, definitely. We've always had an issue with a hiring freeze. There's been a hiring freeze in the job market since COVID. You know, at the end of the day, there aren't many jobs because our imports are very low. Hence why, you know, Trump is trying to change that scenario. You know, our jobs have been low for a long time. They always get revised. This is just the first time we've been hit with a bombshell of such a revision, but they're getting revised every single time they come out by thousands and thousands of jobs. And so this definitely puts pressure on him as well, because the card that he's been playing the whole time, he being Jerome Powell, is the job market's strong, the economy's strong, and we're starting to see that it's not with real numbers. And so that'll be another factor that he's going to be hit with on Friday, and everybody's banking on a 50-point basis drop.
Yeah. Yeah, they may get a surprise. I want to ask a little bit about the last time you were on. I got so much reaction from your just great tutorial on the central bank digital currencies and all the dangers of it. You've got that great guide. We're going to mention at the end here. Right. Tell us what's happened in the last few weeks on that front. There are still countries streaming ahead, and there's a lot of discussion even in America about it. Give us the latest on central bank digital currencies and why it's so important to all of our futures.
Yeah, you know why it's so important, because it all started with Biden. Biden signed an executive order. This opened the floodgates for central bank digital currency. Federal Reserve came out with FedNow. Go to fednow.org, learn all about it. But that's what the Genius Act is that Trump just signed into law on the 18th of July. It is a digital platform. Central bank digital currencies are real. You know, the challenge that you have, if you think back to Italy, when Italy had their currency switched over to the euro currency, if you had any currency in Italy at that time before it got switched over, you no longer have it. You know, France switched over as well, and it wasn't a one-to-one change. It was 70 cents on the dollar. That was the exchange that occurred on that transition. You know, this happens on a global level. Central bank digital currency is on a global level. The challenges that you have there is, do you get a one-to-one change? There's a lot of control with central bank digital currency by third-party private companies that aren't heavily regulated. So there's huge counterparty risk there. And really, at the end of the day, you no longer have control of your money. But, you know, this has been around for quite some time, digital currency.
Yeah. Shannon, we love having you on the show. And as John said, you are such a masterful tutor of all things gold and all things assets. But I know people also are going to want to get your guide so that they can have it in their hands and study it. How do they get it?
Yeah, they go to the QR code that's on the screen now. You know, I would I would challenge, your viewers to call in and speak with my agents. We have a very robust team, very robust research department. Call the toll-free number, have a conversation, get educated on what's going on. Things are changing quickly. There's a ton of uncertainty, and you want to be prepared for that. Absolutely. And that's what we help people do.
Yeah, that guy is a great starting point.
Indeed. CEO of American Alternative Assets, Shannon Davis. Always a pleasure having you with us. Thank you, sir. And we're going to be back on the other side. But first, if you want to learn more about American Alternative Assets, go over to johnlikesgold.com, my favorite website, or call 855-GOLD-340 to get your guide now. That's 855-465-3340 or johnlikesgold.com. We'll be back on the other side.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of the timeless truth about gold and silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Yikes, a leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of breaking news for this last block. So the redistricting bill passed out of Texas's state house. It will now go on to the Senate, which I think has a 20-11 breakdown as far as Republicans versus Democrats.
It's going to be signed into law, guys.
It's going to be real quick. Yeah. So California, the Governor Gavin Newsom has and a number of congressional representatives have vowed to take care of redistricting in their own state, even though a number of them, the California state GOP actually brought some of their recent quotes to mind and to the public's attention, which was that incumbent politicians should not be the ones redrawing the lines. Of course, they were saying that about Republicans, but now it's being thrown back in their face. So I thought that I would show this picture from Home Depot. I'm not sure if this is a Home Depot in California or just a Home Depot in general, but they have this, many of you have probably been out and about and you've seen Halloween things already in stores, even though it is months out. But this one bears a striking resemblance to California's governor. John, have you seen it? He's got all the hair gel and
wow, look at that.
Similar facial features.
It's the heat miser.
Mr.
Who's that? That's
it's Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
I'm
How
just
about
kidding.
that? Wow.
No, I thought that was humorous, but California is going to do their darndest, as my grandmother would say, to gerrymander even more, which will mean squeezing out, I think, an estimated another 5 seats away from Republicans and towards Democrats.
Yeah. So I've been amused by watching this because at the end of the day, this is going to end up in the courts.
Yeah.
The courts are going to be the ultimate decider. And Texas has this story. The Justice Department came to us and told us that our districts are not in compliance with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, so we rearranged those. And oh, by the way, in doing that, we take some plus 20 Republican districts and shrink them down to plus 8 or 10 or 13, so they look more like America. So they're forced to do it by a judicial decree that we were reminded of that by Harmeet Dillon and the former Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. California, on the other hand, said, oh, because Texas is doing that, we're going to be totally partisan, and we're just simply going to change these to punish them. And if they're taking 5 seats, we're taking 5 seats. Now, when that gets in the courts, one of those is going to be driven by a legal procedure. The other is going to be driven entirely by politics. If California intended to do this, they should have at least not said what their intention was, which is political punishment. They just gave the courts and the Supreme Court a reason saying, well, Texas did it for legal reason, you did it for politics. You're not happening in 26. I think California is going to end up losing at the Supreme Court. And here's what's going to happen. Texas will change and California won't.
Yeah.
And then Gavin Newsom will look just like that figure when he realizes how bad a hit he just played.
You know, John, I was in California this morning. I hopped on a plane and came here, and
I'm sorry to
got
hear
here
that.
just in time for the show, so it was wonderful. But, you know, being back in California, driving past gas stations, and seeing gas at $5 and $6 a gallon, because as you remember, it went up July 1st by 67 cents effectively. The people of California are under punishing rule in that state, but you still have so many people who are vote blue no matter who, and they're going to look at what Gavin Newsom and Democrats are trying to do, and they will justify it to the death.
They will.
But the courts won't.
They'll justify it to the demise of their wallet. We're in a moment. I mean, just think about this. This week, the Energy Department announced we reached an all-time high in oil and gas production. Record high.
Incredible.
We're starting to supply the world again. We might be able to help Ukraine get energized without Russia with all these negotiations going on. And California wants to take this moment of success and turn it into a pain point in failure for its residents. It is, for any Democrat who lives in California and says, I care about everyday working class people, you don't. Your policies punish them more than you ever know, but because you're so elitist, you don't know it. You're wealthy. You live a better life. But the people downstream from you that live with your policies, they're suffering. I mean, $1 more or $2 more a gallon, that's $2 more than what I'm paying now in Virginia. $2 more a gallon.
I'll never forget the first time I filled up a car in February when I moved here, and it was $38, and like I told you, I felt like that guy in the bar who's feeling extra generous because he's wasted. I wanted to buy full tanks all around, shots all around, because it was so incredibly cheap compared to California. Now, speaking of suffering, something else, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has revealed that they plan to paint the bars on our southern border black, because obviously it'll absorb the heat and it will get hotter. Now, I would proffer the notion that all you got to do is hang a bunch of curling irons along the border wall, because no matter how aware you are of its presence, it will always burn you. But I'll take black paint on the bars.
What's a curling iron? I got nothing, so sorry about that. Listen, I think I was thinking about Governor Newsom the weekend. If he runs in 28, he's going to be known as Governor Flip-Flop. I mean, first he didn't want nuclear, then he'll come back and do nuclear. He wanted men and women's sports, then he didn't want women in sports. He wants gas high, and I guarantee you in a couple months he's going to cry and say, that was a mistake. Governor Flip-Flop.
Yep, and Republicans are not going to waste a single minute of time showing that to the American people. It's going to be quite interesting to see. All right, everybody. So as John said, we are in this temporary studio, but we have a glorious new studio that's going to be waiting for us on the other side. But in the meantime, Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour. Great to be back. Great to see you. Great to see you. We'll be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. And here's the thing. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
Oh, you want to show them the food situation? All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. The lions are jealous. Sorry, guys, this bowl's mine. Good thing I stocked up on 4 Patriot survival food. My neighbor Methuselah taught me to prep. Quick, before the Wi-Fi cuts out. Buy 1 4-week food kit, get 1 free. Your family will thank you. 4patriots.com.
Wait, they deliver here. Now that's fast service.
I told you guys it was good.
Buy 1 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
call for your free Writer's Guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Hi there, folks. Scooching to my right a little bit more will do it, I think, just to be safe. All right, welcome to the program, folks. This, of course, is Stinchfield. I'll tell you what, we now have movement on the Epstein case. The Department of Justice is apparently handing over documents as we speak to the Oversight Committee in Congress. Now, the head of the Oversight Committee, James Comer, vows to turn over and make public documents related to the Epstein case that come into his possession, with a catch. They are going to review the documents first and then redact them. Oh, brother, here we go again. Transparency in this, though, folks, is key.
How important is it to you that those documents then become public?
Very important, Dana, and thank you for asking me that question. I think transparency is what we've got to have. I think it's your job in the media and my job as a congressman, because nobody trusts Washington, D.C., and for good reason.
I don't trust Washington, D.C. I don't trust anybody anymore. I'm going to tell you this. I've got another little view of this Epstein thing. I'm skeptical of the whole thing. We got a lot of people that made big-time media careers over Epstein, big-time political careers over Epstein. And so far yet, I'm very dismayed by the lack of evidence against Epstein. I know he's a dirtbag of a guy. I know there had to be some victims because a couple have come forward, but I don't see the hundreds. So I wonder if Epstein was made out to be a fall guy for somebody else. It's something to think about, because what we were told about Epstein so far has not turned out to be true. Now turning to Senator Adam Schiff of California, a guy everything we believed about Adam Schiff is now turning out to be true, that he was a criminal, that he was a leaker, that he engaged in mortgage fraud, all of these. Growing evidence against Adam Schiff, so much evidence that he has now formed the Senator Adam Schiff Legal Defense Fund, raising money for his legal defense, and it's going to cost him a lot of money. Now, remember, he's got the mortgage fraud allegations, which is a pretty open and shut case. He's got a house in Maryland and a tiny little condo in Burbank, California. He claims both are his primary residence. Well, that can't be true. I've always said the Maryland residence is his primary residence, which then means Adam Schiff engaged in election fraud. He should be a senator from Maryland, not California. Either way, he's got 3% interest rate on these homes because he says they're a primary residence. He's saving tens of thousands of dollars in taxes on both of these homes. It is bad news, and that's the least of his problems, because the allegations of this whistleblower coming forward about Adam Schiff directing the leaking of classified information to the media, well, that's a big-time felony. This is my buddy Hugh Hewitt.
Bottom line, I think the FBI ought to ask for an appointment with Senator Schiff, if they can find him, if they can recognize him, if they can see him anywhere in D.C., and say, let's talk about these allegations. Did you direct your staff to leak classified information? And then I'd like to know if he takes the fifth, or if he admits to doing it, or if he denies it. Then you've got someone doing what the FBI likes to do, False Statements Act. And you know that well. I'm sure you prosecuted a number of people for False Statements Act.
Yeah, making false statements to an FBI agent. Schiff would be all over this. He'd made false statements to everybody. This is par for the course for Adam Schiff. Remember, he was also on this J6 committee. Now, the J6 committee was allegedly pardoned by Joe Biden. But with an auto pen, still it poses issues with the J6 situation and the leaking classified documents there. But there's no pardon related to his nonsensical involvement in the Obama conspiracy, Russian collusion hoax to frame President Trump. That, in many respects, is a different crime. And so he's going to have to answer for that. Ed Martin, the head of the weaponization division of the DOJ, says this.
It's the same people that were at the Russia hoax birthday party. It's the same people overlapping over and over again. And what Rudy Giuliani said once, and he knows better than anybody in our American history, when you put these people together and they're always working together, that's called an enterprise. That's called a criminal enterprise. And you're in territory where everybody's held accountable for the whole of it. And that's what we're seeing.
And I believe that criminal enterprise, the conspiracy, continues right to this very day, which to me, there shouldn't be any statute of limitations because the crime continues in their quest to unseat and destroy President Trump. Now, the Legal Defense Fund, who in the world's going to donate to that? Why would you donate to Pencil Neck Schiff? Who knows? Especially when the head of oversight says things like this, though he's said things like this before. Still, I like hearing it.
I'm optimistic. When you talk about Adam Schiff, not only is this coming to light that he leaked classified data, that he colluded with the media to try to create a false narrative to hurt our President of the United States, to hurt our foreign policy, to influence the elections. But he's also involved in a mortgage scam. So I think that the walls are closing in on Adam Schiff, and I think the Department of Justice has ample evidence now to move forward and hold Adam Schiff accountable for the many crimes that he's committed.
Well, I agree. Again, we've been told this before on not just Schiff, but the other co-conspirators in all of these crimes, and yet we have nothing. Here's where I'm getting hopeful. I am being told from friends inside the Trump administration that the wheels are turning. They tell me, trust us, Grant, trust us. In many respects, I do. We've got grand juries formed. And then my friends on War Room, Natalie Winters and Julie Kelly, they're hearing the same thing I'm hearing.
It does appear that the DOJ and FBI ramping up their investigations. It appears that they are opening up grand jury proceedings, hopefully not in Washington, for some of the perpetrators of the Russiagate hoax. And now we have the announcement that Andrew Bailey, the Missouri Attorney General, who has a long history, background in state prosecutions, will be the co-deputy director.
Certainly, there is movement, and it's been a busy last 7 days when it comes to exposing much of the corruption and wrongdoing inside the Obama co-conspirator criminal enterprise. So where do we go from here? I want to bring in now founder and editor of the Gateway Pundit. My friend Jim Hoft is with us. Jim, welcome back.
Great to be with you, Grant. Great open, by the way.
Jim, thank you, my friend. Are you optimistic about what we're seeing in the last 14 days? Where do you stand? Where do you think we need to go to make you start to feel better about things?
Well, you know, I was glad you brought up that Attorney General Bailey is going to be moving to the FBI. That's a big move. That's a big piece. He actually represented us when we went to the Supreme Court last year. It was last year. Boy, time flies. About the government that was censoring myself and several doctors around COVID. And so he had the guts to do that, along with Senator Eric Schmidt. Now he's going to be in the FBI. I think that's a really wise move. And so we're seeing some hopeful signs, like you said. I noticed Comer earlier this month, it was like the 4th or 5th that he announced that he's going to be calling in all of these former attorney generals, former President Clinton, and others who are going to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee. We know now that we have the dates on those testimonies that are coming up. Clinton's is in October, but Bill Barr already testified this week, said Trump had basically cleared Trump after he was left the chambers and was speaking with reporters. And we know that the former special counsel, James Robert Mueller, he's not going to be testifying because he's in a old folks home where they put him in with, and I have this issue with my family, with dementia patients. And we saw that when he testified last time. He was just a placeholder for that special counsel, I believe. I think there was other people calling the shots. And one other thing, what you said about Adam Schiff, not only was he the Russia lies that he was pushing, and not only does he have this house issue where he's lying about his mortgage, and where he lives permanently, but he also was the one who was pushing that first impeachment with Trump, his first term, on Ukraine. And he was the one who we believe was meeting with the whistleblower who was on the call, the perfectly normal call that Trump had with the Ukrainian leader at the time.
Jim, there are big names, a lot of them that you mentioned, but there are also smaller names. All of these people from Mueller and James Comey and Clapper and Adam Schiff had to be aided by staff members. And I think staff members had also engaged in bad behavior. Do you think we get to the point to go after all of the fish down the line in this big conspiracy?
I certainly hope so, and I love what Ed Martin said, didn't you? I mean, talking about that this is a conspiracy. These people have been working together for years. We're seeing that plain as day right now. We always assumed that, and now we know that even Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton were in on it. And so I think we're moving in the right direction. I'm very hopeful, more than I ever have been, that maybe we'll see actually some heads roll when this is all done.
Last question for you. Let me play, I believe it's cut 10. This is talking about Kash Patel and maybe his biggest challenge. I'm going to play it and then get a quick response from you.
So in terms of leadership, Natalie, Kash and Dan need to know who they can trust. And they're not just going to pull some, assistant, chief, whatever, the ASAC from a random field office to work alongside of them, because the trust factor within the Bureau is nil.
Jim, I think Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, director and deputy director inside the FBI, I don't even know if they were ready for how many people they couldn't trust. I knew it was going to be a hard time finding people that they could. But boy, oh boy, I still think the Vipers roam the halls of the Hoover Building.
Absolutely. We saw today that Tulsi Gabbard eliminated 40% of the staff at the DNI. And the same thing has to happen at FBI. We know that. We've been following this for years, what they've done to the J6ers and all these people that they were spying on, Catholics they were spying on, people who were going to their school meetings they're being spied on. And then, of course, the J6ers who were breaking in their doors because they walked in the Capitol with a flag. There's a lot of problems with the FBI. I hope they clean it up. I agree with you.
Yeah, they need to do it. Jim Hoft, it's always great to have you on the program. You run such a great website, The Gateway Pundit. I'm happy to be a small part of that as well. Buddy, thank you. As always, I urge people to see you over there. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, he mentioned Tulsi Gabbard going to do away with 40% of the staff. There's 2,000 heads inside the Office of Director of National Intelligence. It was supposed to be a small oversight body. Grows to 2,000 bodies, weaponized against anybody that disagreed with them. 40% coming on. That's about 800 employees they're going to let go. Now to Vice President Vance, showing up at Union Station with some backup, by the way, of course, to thank law enforcement and the National Guard for taking back Washington, D.C. Well, Vance was greeted by a bunch of white liberal protesters who I don't even think live in Washington, D.C. But this is what J.D. Vance had to say.
And they would love to be able to just live their life in places like Union Station without violent criminals making it impossible. We have changed so much in 9 days, and I thought it important to highlight how great of a space this could be, how easy it could be to actually enjoy something like Union Station if you just had politicians who stopped prioritizing violent criminals over the public citizens who deserve public safety in their own communities.
All right, and God bless the men and women out there taking Washington, D.C. back and doing a great job of it. A quick update for you on that horrific crash in Florida with an illegal alien, Harjinder Singh, driving that 18-wheeler where he makes that illegal U-turn, and that poor minivan smashes into it, blocked the highway, Singh did. 3 people died in that crash. We're now learning from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, who interviewed Singh and found that he did not pass the English language proficiency portion of their interview, meaning he couldn't speak English, a requirement for a CDL, by the way, as of June 25. He also couldn't identify 3 of 4 highway traffic signs, okay? That's a big problem. And then, of course, there was this.
And so this driver was pulled over in New Mexico last month in July after our initiative was fully in the works, and they failed in New Mexico and they pulled him over for speeding to give him the English test. And had they done that, they would have put his vehicle out of service and taken him off the road. But because they didn't follow our directive, he went back on the road and was able to commit this horrific crash in Florida.
All right, that's Transportation Secretary Duffy saying New Mexico state troopers pulled him over for speeding. Don't give him the English language proficiency test, a requirement as of June this year to be driving. They don't give it to him. He goes back in service. That's New Mexico, blue state. California, blue state. He was also given a license in Washington state, blue state. All of them make mistakes with the English language and him having no legal right to a commercial driver's license in America. You have to be here legally in order to get one of those. Real quick, on that street brawl in Cincinnati where those white folks were nearly beaten down and nearly killed, well, apparently the district attorney has now bowed to the mob.
The black community of this city demands to be respected.
Who or what was the proximate cause of the violence? And we know it was that slap.
The white guy incited or urged 6 other people to commit a felony.
We're demanding prosecution in the next 24 hours.
Well, they wanted the white guy charged, the one who had his head nearly stomped in. They charged him. They charged him with disorderly conduct, a man who almost died in this near deadly confrontation. Yes, the man was responsible for a slap, albeit an unneeded slap and probably an unwarranted slap. But it doesn't excuse the fact that he was nearly killed. Charging this guy with disorderly conduct is really sickening. To another blue city, Los Angeles, California. I learned today that the city council, 7 months after the Palisades and Eaton fires, has yet to waive the permitting fees for reconstruction. And these can range into the tens of thousands of dollars. So no one's rebuilding yet. We're 7 months later. How are you not waiving the fees for the permits when really the fire was the city's fault? Remember, empty reservoirs, fire hydrants that didn't work, fire trucks out of service, woke lady lesbian firefighters who were more concerned about hiring more woke lady lesbians on the force than they were about fighting fires. All a disaster. And then I see a young reporter show us this.
After the Palisades fire, as many as 75 LAFD trucks were out of service at this maintenance yard. 7 months later, this is what it looks like. We count as many as 15 fire trucks and dozens of ambulances.
So we are in the midst of fire season right now out west. LA doesn't have a chief, okay? I don't think it has enough trucks. It certainly doesn't have enough firefighters. Are they ready? They've had 7 months to prepare for this. I want to bring in now Los Angeles business owner, one of the men in Los Angeles holding elected officials accountable. Paul Scrivano is with us. Paul, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks for having me back. And boy, I'll tell you what, I feel alone. There's a couple of us out there, but with all the havoc that has taken place, I can't believe there aren't an army of people at these commission meetings, at these city council meetings. It's just absolutely amazing. I feel like I'm on an island. There's a couple of us out there, but it's amazing.
Paul, tell me the problems the Los Angeles Fire Department faces today and why the people of Los Angeles are in danger because of it.
Now, the Los Angeles Fire Department is operating without a chief. This is the longest period of time that the Los Angeles Fire Department has gone without having a chief. Crowley was fired or 21st or something like that. Mayor Bass, who's responsible, and that she said that she was going to do a nationwide search and talk to Angelinos who know what they're talking about and talk to firefighters about finding a new chief. She waited 7 months. She didn't place the ad, 6 months. She didn't place the ad until the end of July, August. She didn't place the ad. Now we have Ronnie Villanueva because of some of the moves he's made the DEI, but we have no chief. We have no union. The men have no advocacy for them right now, the men and women. They have no one. They have no one fighting for them at City Hall, at these fire commission meetings, because their union is in upheaval with some allegations of financial impropriety at the top. So they have no union. It was taken over by the IAFF, the International Association of Firefighters, the national union. So without the union is being held in conservatorship by another entity that frankly should be held in conservatorship itself, but there's no
Paul,
union.
What about the fire trucks? We saw that shot of one maintenance yard. You told me today there's more trucks that are out of service, and that's not the only maintenance yard.
Yeah, that's not the only maintenance yard. You go to any of the maintenance yards around the city, and you'll see engines, trucks, with the ladders, ambulances, 800 series ambulances, which are the slightly lesser ambulance than the regular numbered ambulances. And because of this grant, and probably by the end of the summer,
well, it looks like we lost Paul. All right, well, he's on it, and he's one of the most outspoken, loud voices out there. Sorry for the audio connection, folks, about that. Here's something else. Los Angeles Fire Department has not hired a single mechanic since they had all of these apparatus down. Morale is at an all-time low. I can tell you that because I've spoken to firefighters myself. We've got the middle of this investigation. The Department of Justice now says to Mayor Bass, do not release the results of your investigation into this fire because alcohol, tobacco, and firearms is still investigating. And quite frankly, what they're saying is, we don't trust you. So they're not going to release that investigation as well. The people of Los Angeles have real problems. And that reservoir that was empty, apparently LA Water Department is telling us it's 40% full, but I saw a video online today that it's empty. Again, the mismanagement is out of control. The old chief, Chief Crowley, she's now suing Mayor Bass of the city of LA for defamation and discrimination for firing her as chief. The chief, by the way, that was in command of the department that botched the entire response to those massive fires out there back in January. What a mess Los Angeles is. But you see the theme? What a mess every blue city is. And wait till we tell you about Washington State. All right, that's going to come up next. Before we get there, of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom, and that is Patriot Mobile. I've got a Patriot Mobile phone. I love it. And for 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights while offering exceptional nationwide service across all three major networks. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. You can activate your phone in minutes. You can keep your number, your phone. Maybe you want to upgrade. They'll do that for you. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help. So call 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today and make sure you tell them that Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, I mentioned Washington State. What is happening in Seattle? Here's a $2 million jewelry heist. We're going to tell you who was next door. Next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Folks, I want you to take a look at your screen there. You're looking at a massive jewelry store heist, a smash and grab. You know, back in the day, I'd say brazen criminals, but you don't have to be brazen in Seattle. You just go in because the cops don't do anything about it, apparently. How do I know this? Just a few yards away from that jewelry heist you see on your screen, the Seattle police chief and his security detail are eating lunch. They're literally a few yards away, and they do nothing. The thieves even blocked in the chief's car.
I think they heard the smashing of the glass, maybe assumed the worst, and just kind of took off out the back. We locked up our doors and just kind of had everyone in there until the police showed up.
So he's sitting there eating dinner. Well, they get away with $2 million. This is what a sanctuary city does. Now, Seattle, of course, is in the state of Washington, a sanctuary state. Well, the governor of Washington was confronted on that. Listen to this.
But our sanctuary policies shielded him. He went on to kill Trooper Christopher Gadd. How is that in line with our state's values?
Our job is to make sure we're adopting laws that make the appropriate balance. And to keep Washington working at, adopted in a bipartisan fashion, by the way, by the state legislature, I think strikes that right balance.
Okay, she went on a little bit longer. What that reporter had said was that we have an illegal alien who killed Christopher Gadd. I believe Christopher Gadd, let's go to VO9, please. Christopher Gadd is that gentleman you see on the screen there. A state trooper was parked on the side of the road, killed by an illegal alien that was driving at a very high rate of speed, smashes into the back of Christopher Gadd, pushing him into oncoming traffic, killing him. Well, that clown you see on your screen there was here illegally, and he will now serve 10.5 years in prison. The problem is he was picked up before by cops. He never should have been in this country. He should have been handed over to ICE that had a detainer on him. They don't hand him over. Well, that young reporter who was asking the governor about this continued for a little bit more.
Why not cooperate with the federal government and with ICE when it comes to known violent criminals who we could remove from our streets in the interest of public safety?
Yeah, appreciate that. I think I've answered that question. Any other questions that folks have?
No, you didn't answer that question at all. And in fact, he talked about abiding by the law. He never abides by the law in Washington, D.C. If you abided by the law, when someone's here illegally, you pick them up and you turn them over to ICE. That's abiding by the law. This is a huge problem across the country, especially in Washington. Nobody knows that better than Frontline's Turning Point USA investigative journalist, our friend Jonathan Cho, who is in Seattle. Jonathan, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant. Thanks again for having me.
All right, it looks like you're at a homeless encampment. I always love you find the best places for me for the live shots, but all of this goes together, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. In many days, we feel like we're on our own right now because you don't have enough officers in the field. Our elected officials, like the governor, completely disregard and deny reality and are constantly feeding the reporter spin. That reporter who was asking that fair question, that's what you call accountability journalism, is Brandy Cruz. She's a local podcaster, and she's one of the few who are brave enough in local media to, again, take our governor and our mayor to task here in Seattle. And that's the type of response that we get.
You know, and I love Brandy's questioning, very respectful, not out of line, not causing a scene or a ruckus. And he refused to answer the very simple question of why not just cooperate and enforce the law. Do they ever give you a legitimate answer rather than gobbledygook, Jonathan?
No, that was a pretty common talking points. We've heard all of that before. We've got to follow the law. Well, of course you do. But again, not answering Brandy's questions directly because they don't want to answer that question. They don't want to admit that the sanctuary policies are leading to criminals being released back onto the streets, harming Washingtonians, in this case, killing a Washington state trooper. And that's the inconvenient truth about sanctuary cities. And again, like I was saying, as you've observed now here in Washington, it really does feel like a free-for-all.
Yeah. Jonathan, what's happening in Seattle, and we've seen all the chaos there, seems to be the same thing that was happening in cities like Washington, D.C., of course, Los Angeles, down the road a ways from Seattle. But in D.C., President Trump there now trying to clean it up. It seems like the residents are happy about this, but I want you to listen to the Democrat Party chair talk about what he wants to do because of what President Trump is doing in D.C. Cut 4.
You have a fascist in the White House, and that requires us. We cannot be the only one playing by the rules with the hand tied behind our backs. That old playbook, the norms that, used to have guardrails on our democracy and protect all of us in this country, that doesn't exist anymore. We've got to throw that playbook out the window because the Republicans have.
All right, Jonathan, I'm going to ask you this. He talks about shutting the government down because of the National Guard there. You're walking around a homeless encampment right now. Do the people in Seattle, the everyday folks, want those homeless encampments cleaned up and the crime wiped out?
Yeah, just like Washington, D.C., we're facing something similar, these encampments, and that's why I intentionally decided to do this live shot with you here. This is the heart of the Chinatown International District, just 5 minutes away from the downtown tourism corridor, and behind me, you have more than 20 tents. And look, of course, these men and women need help, but most of them are addicted to fentanyl, and these are the hot spots for crime. The drug dealing, the human trafficking, the waste now that is, flowing onto the streets, so the people literally defecating on the streets. And this isn't being moved right now. It's been here for more than a month. And I wanted to show this to you to, again, say the city of Seattle, the mayor, even during an election year, doesn't care enough to remove this for the sake of the citizens. Again, this is a hotspot, a crime hotspot, a source for so many of the problems in this neighborhood.
So how do you ultimately get it cleaned up? Is it going to be up to the people to vote these people out of office, or is Seattle just lost and the people along with it?
Yeah, there's this common refrain, you get what you vote for. And, Mayor Bruce Harrell, currently in office, presiding over this hot mess. He ran as a moderate, but right now we have even a more far-left candidate in Katie Wilson leading in the polls. So it doesn't make any sense. Bottom line, the voters need to show up. Another poll came out recently that more than 60% of the voters didn't show up to the primary, so they better show up to the general if they want something new, because the current plan is not working.
All right. And last question for you, Jonathan. Have you seen an ICE presence in and around Seattle now?
Oh, yeah. ICE is absolutely here. They're tripling down. Tom Homan, a border czar, has said he's coming to Seattle. He's coming to Portland. So ICE agents are quietly doing their work. But as usual, the far left activists are trying to disrupt what they're doing.
All right. Jonathan Cho, great work over at Turning Point USA, keeping us informed as always. I appreciate everything you do, buddy. Thank you for coming on tonight.
Thanks again, Grant.
Absolutely. There's not a lot of them out there, but you got Jonathan, you got Berkwam and Oscar Ramirez, and you got all these guys that are going around to the hottest spots to keep us informed, because the mainstream media doesn't want to show you what those guys are showing us on a nightly basis. All right, folks, some quick housekeeping here. Yesterday, we had an interview with Lisa King about Nation Health MD, and while the coupon code GRANT didn't work at that time, it has now been fixed. What do you mean, coupon code GRANT didn't work? That's my coupon code. I'm sorry, folks. Nation Health MD is a supplement company that makes taking care of your health simple and effective. Their formulas are made with natural ingredients, backed by science, and proudly manufactured right here in America. And for the next 48 hours, only you can save 35% on your order at nationhealthmd.com. That's nationhealthmd.com. And the promo code that works now, GRANT, G-R-A-N-T. I'm always working. How did GRANT not work yesterday? Well, it works now. They're a great company, too, by the way. I urge you to pay them a visit. My apologies to them. They've been great supporters of this program. We're sorry we got it wrong yesterday. And to all of you that tried to buy stuff from them. GRANT now is the coupon code. All right, a school in Virginia is now under investigation for facilitating abortions for students. That's right. All of this craziness exposed next.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to take you out to Virginia, and the liberal lunacy continues. Apparently, a female student dressed up as a boy, a transgender, goes into the boys' locker room and starts videotaping boys. Now, this is a girl, biologically, videotaping boys. This is some of that video. Do you know who Loudoun County suspended? They suspended 2 of the boys for complaining, saying that they felt uncomfortable. How in the world do you get to that point of even allowing a girl in a boy's locker room? Remember, this is the same school district where a boy dressed up as a girl went into a girl's bathroom and raped a young girl. And they come up with this policy that this should be allowed. By the way, videotaping's not allowed. The videotaper or the tranny got a short in-school suspension. The 2 boys suspended for 10 days. This is one of their parents.
It's absolutely devastating. It's shock, stunned, like floored. You know, I have a teenager who should be focused on school and football and not branded with a false label that could, you know, kind of follow him for life.
So the school district says, oh, this isn't just about discomfort, but they don't really tell you what it's about other than that the boys are suspended. The world is upside down in that county. The world is upside down in Fairfax County as well. Fairfax County School, apparently there was an individual in one of the public schools that was facilitating an abortion, and one abortion that went horribly wrong. The young girl had to go to the hospital for life-saving treatment, and this facilitating of these abortions were behind the caregiver's back, meaning parents or guardians were unaware that their child was getting an abortion thanks to the help of a public school employee. How does this go down? I want to bring in now Fairfax County GOP chair and former senior policy advisor for the Department of Homeland Security under President Trump, Katie Gorka, is with us. Katie, it's great to see you.
Hey, Grant. Great to see you, too.
All right, Katie, you tipped me off to this abortion story. Why don't you take me through it? Has there been some ripple effects and ramifications from this?
Oh, big time. I mean, this story has actually been really, really big. It just came out in the last week or so, even though it dates back about 3 years. But it's just coming out now because finally the whistleblower decided to go public. And you're absolutely right. A Centerville High School social worker assisted 2 girls, both minors, to get took them to get abortions. One, as you mentioned, had the abortion. It got botched. She ended up in the hospital, 5 months pregnant, managed to get away. But here's the thing that's also really maddening about this situation. The social worker, first of all, used school funds allegedly to pay for this. And second of all, the whistleblower, a different teacher, notified the principal 7 different times. And the superintendent is saying, oh, we knew nothing about this. Yes, you've got the whistleblower pictured here. So that's great. I mean, she's so brave to do this. But this is bringing on, go ahead.
Well, that woman you see on your screen there, took a lot of backlash for this, too. I mean, they started to go after her in every way they could, didn't they, Katie?
Absolutely. Yep. Zenaida Perez, I think, super brave to come forward. They've been giving her a hard time. But this is what has to happen, right? People have to come forward, even if they're going to pay a price in the short term. And thank goodness she did, because now Governor Youngkin has initiated an investigation by the Virginia State Police of this situation. So, this is what we have to do to protect students. We have to step up. People have to step up, be brave, and expose these kinds of things that are going on.
All right, let me read to you a statement from Governor Youngkin. This is cut 7. There you go. I'm deeply concerned with the allegations that Fairfax County Public Schools officials arranged for minors to get abortions without parental consent and may have misused public funds to pay for them. I'm directing the Virginia State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation to open a full criminal investigation into the matter immediately. Katie, you're so involved with politics there in Fairfax. You're head of the GOP party in Fairfax County. Has the school board stepped up? And does the principal, I mean, if she was told about this, she ought to be held accountable as well.
Wait, sorry. The principal was a male. It's the superintendent who's a female, Michelle Reed. She absolutely should be held accountable. And I hope that she will be. The school board, Grant, sadly, is a 100% Democrat school board. And I'm telling you right now, no, they are not stepping up, and they will not step up. And, here's another shocking piece to this. People ask, how can something like this happen, that a social worker is secretly taking girls to get abortions? And I'll tell you, part of the answer lies in the so-called family life curriculum that is currently taught in the Fairfax County Public Schools. It actually has instructions on how to get an abortion. It explains if you need to get an abortion without your parents' permission, it is possible. So this should come as no surprise. It's sad, but it's not surprising.
All right, I'm in Texas. At a state level, we've tried to rein some of these radical districts in. Any effort like that in Virginia going on?
100%. I'm going to give the most credit. Well, aside from all the great parent organizations and legal organizations that have been stepping up and fighting this, but I really want to give a lot of credit to our top state leaders for really taking the lead on this and not letting these things slide. Governor Youngkin, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, and our Attorney General, Jason Mayaris, they are hammering this stuff. They are not letting it go, and they're keeping the pressure on. They're investigating, they're bringing investigations and lawsuits. Just today, I thought it was fantastic. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears showed up in Loudoun County for those poor boys that got suspended. God bless her for that and for defending those boys whose lives have been pretty ruined by that whole story.
Well, Winsome Sears has been an outspoken defender of freedom. It doesn't surprise me that she showed up there, and some crazy stories coming out of Virginia. Katie Gorka, I appreciate you breaking them all down for me. Thank you. It's always good to see you.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Up next, the great Dr. Peter McCullough joins us. Next, we'll dig more into this pediatric group pushing for COVID vaccines on your children. Next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in one day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
So, folks, under RFK Jr., the CDC does what's right. It says, you know what? You no longer have to vaccinate your children with the COVID vaccine. Well, the American Academy of Pediatrics bucks the CDC and says, no, we recommend you vaccinate your kids with the COVID vax. Well, Robert F. Kennedy posts the biggest donors to AAP. That's Merck, Moderna, and Pfizer, to name 3 of them. And he writes this, quote, these 4 companies make virtually every vaccine on the CDC recommended childhood vaccine schedule. AAP is angry that the CDC has eliminated corporate influence in decisions over vaccine recommendations and returned CDC to the gold standard science and evidence-based medicine laser focused on children's health. So now you got information coming at you from all directions. What should you do if you're a parent? Let's bring in the great Dr. Peter McCullough. He joins us to dig in more of this. Of course, he is with the most awesome wellness company, the maker of these great medical kits, twc.health/voice to get one of them. Dr. McCullough, it's great to have you on the program.
Thank you.
All right, Doc, AAP, bucking the CDC, has that ever happened in history?
This is unprecedented. No, there's 29 affiliated organizations to the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, ACIP, the CDC vaccine panel. And sure enough, American Academy of Pediatrics, immediately strikes at RFK because of letting down the recommendations for childhood vaccination for COVID. And then RFK stings them with this pharmaceutical line of money support. It's on their website to the American Academy of Pediatrics. So it's obvious that Pfizer and Moderna probably put pressure on the Academy to say, listen, fight for more COVID shots for kids.
All right, 2 questions for you. The first is, does the vaccine do any good for kids? Is there any benefit to the vaccine for children, the COVID vaccine in particular?
None whatsoever.
All right. Easy. Is there any negatives to the COVID vaccine? Is it dangerous for children?
Yes, sadly, children have died after the COVID-19 vaccine. Both Pfizer and Moderna admit now in their FDA package inserts that the COVID vaccine causes heart damage. And the published studies show it happens in children. That's what actually can cause the cardiac arrest in children, cause blood clots. We now know that the vaccines are not eliminated from the body, and they must accumulate over time. The spike protein produced by the vaccines is further damaging. We have ample evidence that children are being harmed from COVID-19 vaccination with no theoretical benefit whatsoever.
All right, I want everyone out there to know, Dr. McCullough, you are now, sadly, one of the few doctors that I actually trust. I don't trust a lot of doctors anymore. I trust you. So am I wrong in saying if there's no good for this vaccine and you named all of this bad, even if the bad is a small chance of it happening, then why would you give it to your child? The risk clearly outweighs the reward, and that should be the ultimate decision on whether you administer something.
I agree, Grant. Just to put some evidence here, Gill and colleagues in Connecticut reported 2 children who died a few days after Pfizer. They were found dead in their bed. The autopsies confirmed it was Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine death that killed them, myocarditis. You know, a single death is one death too many. The parents and the communities at large should not accept this. Pediatricians and medical doctors should be up in arms over COVID-19 vaccine deaths.
All right, Doc, real quick. And I know this is going to sound like shameless promotion for the wellness company, but you have a spike support product. The spike protein is the negative in all of this. There are many parents who gave their kids the shot, who took the shot themselves. The spike support product works. Can you give me a brief synopsis of this in like 30 seconds of why this is an important product if you took the vaccine?
Wellness companies' spike products help the body naturally clear out the spike protein and restore health. Children can take spike gummies, low-level spike support capsules if they can swallow it. And of course, adults use the ultimate spike detox.
All right, let me tell people how they can find you and those products. Dr. McCullough, always great to see you. Here's what you do. Go to twc.health/voice. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE at checkout to save 10% off of your order. That's twc.health/voice. I use all of their products, and they work. All right, a D.C. cop calls out a leftist protester for cultural appropriation. I can't wait to hear this one next.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Well, cops everywhere may be under attack.